Hey, hey, hey. Presents. So I'm just doing the we're gonna watch the after lunch session of day 159. I think we have some interesting witnesses coming up, I think. So hopefully I didn't go live for nothing. We'll see how the day goes. My Patreon, y'all the best. Y'all be out here in these streets. Hey, girl. Yes, let me do that. And actually, before I get yelled at, oh, I forgot to tell my mods too. Y'all gonna get me. Sorry, mods. One day I'm gonna do better. Let me slow the chat now, so y'all don't be mad at me later. What you mean? What happened? Not, I'm just watching the day 159 after lunch. My plan is to watch, especially when we get into the defense, when the state wraps and the defense starts presenting their cases. I definitely want to go live as much as I can. I be having things to do, so I don't always have the ability to, but I definitely want to like tap into the defense's case. We are still talking about I'm not there. They are still, I mean, a body got a haircut. They are still talking about the Chanel Drinks murder. That's what's been happening. We'll see who the next witness is. Well, it's more, listen, who looks good today? The bob, the outfit, I like it. She cute today. Hey, girl.
Yes, Your Honor. Needs to be sworn in.
Yes.
Yes. Christina Weaver, that's the court reporter I interviewed on my channel. If you haven't watched that interview yet, it was a good time. We saw him before. Have you not?
My name is Doug Bailey, Doug Bailey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bailey. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing well. Can you tell the jury where you currently work?
Yes, I'm the operations manager of GPS monitoring and tracking services.
Can you explain a little bit about what GPS monitoring and tracking services does?
Yes, we are an electronic monitoring service provider. We install GPS ankle monitors and alcohol ankle monitors on people to track location and alcohol consumption.
Who is your primary client?
Typically pretrial defendants, as a condition of bond that they're required to wear an ankle monitor.
Hang on just a second. Yes.
We approaching already? I'm curious what we could be approaching over. Happy Tuesday, Real VB Law and Order Certified. We love to see it. Happy Tuesday. If you're watching, here's the thing, I understand. Shout out to Yvonne, though. That's what I was keying in on, too. That's what I was keying in, possibly. We'll see how this goes, though. TJ says, I remember hearing Shannon was on ankle monitor during this murder, which is So why is he objecting? You know, I hate sidebars. I want to know. I'm like, if you watch the interview with Nicole Westmoreland and Bruce Harvey, when they said that Nichols was back there objecting and trying to understand what the objections for, that's me. I'm like, I think I know what you're objecting for, but I want to know, like, confirm to me. That's me. That's why I hate sidebars. Tell us what the issue is. That's hilarious. Pastor David C. Berkeley says, if I'm a juror, I'm putting this trial on my resume. Absolutely. As they should, all of them should. Y'all, if you know the words of prayer, pray one of them jurors reach out to me. I have got to interview one of these jurors after this trial. It has to happen. Okay? Trust and believe with me. Yeah, that's where my brain is going. I'm so curious. That's where am I behind, or are you just making up stuff? Okay. If it's that, then the jurors are about to be excused, so we'll know soon. What would you list if you're putting that you were a juror in this trial? What would you list as your job duties? What are your bullet points? I heard him say pretrial defendants, and I heard him talking about, he said, who are okay, we can rewind. But they said, like, who are your primary clients? And he said, typically pretrial defendants. I heard that.
Specifics. Is there a number of reasons why someone may utilize a GPS monitoring service company like GPS monitoring?
Yes, sir.
And back in 2022, did you work for another company?
Yes, sir. A&A All County Monitoring Services.
Now, when did you first get into the ankle monitor? And if you could, Mr. Bailey, could you try to speak into that mic? Thank you.
Yes. Sir. Yeah. I started in ankle monitoring in September of 2016.
And let me ask you this. Since working in ankle monitoring since 2016, can you tell the jury your experience with the data that's collected on ankle monitoring in general?
Yes, for the Scram GPS ankle monitor, which we've used probably since 2017, I've seen all sorts of use cases and all kinds of data, location, and just a lot of data.
Is some of the data in what's called a Scram report?
Yes, sir.
Is some of the data in Excel spreadsheets?
Yes, sir.
Now, before testifying here today, did you have the opportunity to review, and I'm approaching you with what's marked as 397 Victor Victor and 397 Victor Victor Alpha? One of those is a disc. Did you have an opportunity to review that disc before testifying here today?
Yes, sir.
And did you initial that disc after reviewing its contents?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury what data is on that disc?
The disc contains, if I recall correctly, it's 2 different Excel reports containing location history data for Mr. Jackson, and this same, I believe, stop report, which is a summary of that location history, and an event details report that shows any events recorded by the device on his leg.
And is that 397 Victor Victor Alpha, that document, that Scram report you had just mentioned?
Yes, sir. This is the stop report. Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 397 Victor Victor and 397 Victor Victor Alpha.
My understanding is there's a disc and then a printed out report.
Correct.
See what the Scram report is. Which one of them is? Right, cool. Thanks.
All right, those are admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, before we get into these documents, can you talk about the technology of the ankle monitor in terms of, in general, how does it work?
Yes, sir. So the Scram GPS ankle monitor is, it's basically like a cell phone that attaches to someone's leg without a screen, but it does have a GPS antenna to ascertain location, and then a cellular modem in it to communicate that location data to the ScramNet system, where then location data is recorded in a minute-by-minute history.
So in these Excel spreadsheets, do they capture each minute of location data for whoever's wearing the monitor?
Yes, sir. Approximately every minute. Yes.
Now, are they battery run, the ankle monitors?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain what's the average shelf life of the battery before you have to charge it?
Yes, sir. So the manufacturer recommends that the device be charged for 2 hours per day, and that should last at least 24 hours continuously, never dying, as long as every day it's connected to a charger for 2 hours.
If a battery were to get low, is there any kind of warning system involved?
Yes, sir. The system itself, the device stores an event called a low battery event, and the person who is wearing the device would feel a slight vibration that lasts maybe about a second. And if they were to look at the device while it's in low battery on their leg, they would see a red light flashing on it.
If the battery were to die on the ankle monitor, is there any kind of data that is captured?
No, sir, not after the battery is dead. It can no longer record or communicate location data at that point.
And is one of the Excel spreadsheets a event details that shows low battery or plugins for the ankle monitor of what you have reviewed?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to publish the event details in 397 Victor Victor.
All right.
And specifically, it's going to come up on the screen, Mr. Bailey. I'm going to focus your attention on March 14th, 2022 at 7:34 p.m. And we're going to zoom in a little bit on this document. And what I may ask you, Mr. Bailey, and if I have a old school pointer that I may use so you can help orient the jury to what we're discussing. I'll find it here in a moment, but I also have a laser pointer that I think would do the trick. But can you describe the columns for this to the jury while I'm pulling that up? And I'm going to give you this laser pointer. You click this big red circle and it should, well, that screen consumes the laser pointer, but we'll make it work. This one should work. Yep, and it does. So I'm going to give you this laser pointer. Use it carefully, Mr. Bailey. Can you tell the jury what the columns and data this has?
So the first two columns are the person wearing the device's first and last name. The third column, column C, the events. That is any events that is logged by the device, including when the service was complete, anytime the location failed or communication failure occurred, typically due to a dead battery. There's also battery critical events, low battery, and any type of event that the device records. And then column D is just the date and time that event was recorded.
Okay. Now, Ms. Bailey, I'm going to scroll down and ask you about a couple of these to March 14th at 7:34 p.m. Do you see that data? Can you show the jury where that date and time is on this Excel with the laser pointer?
Yes, March 14th at 7:34.
What is the event detail for this ankle monitor at this time?
At that time, it was a battery critical event.
Now, can you tell the jury what does battery critical mean?
Battery critical, it's below low battery. It's 10-15% battery remaining.
Would the person wearing the ankle monitor be alerted that the battery is in a critical state?
As with the low battery, it's the same type of event. At low battery, the device vibrates and there's a red light flashing if one were to look at it. And then at battery critical, the device again vibrates and that red light keeps flashing.
Now, do you see the entry above that? And if you could show the jury at March 15th, 2022 at 12:07 a.m. What is the event detail at that point?
At March 15th at 12:07 a.m., it was a potential dead battery event.
Now I'm going to scroll up 2 rows and ask you about the next input. So after that 12:07 March 15th potential dead battery, what is the next event detail?
So the next 2 events at 12:07 and 12:11 a.m. on March 15th were communication failure and location failure when the device, the system realized the device had no longer been communicating or providing location data.
Now, with potential dead battery 12:07, communication failure 12:07, and location failure 12:11, are those events connected in terms of in the system?
Yes, the assumption is that the device is no longer communicating because the battery has died. Obviously, the device can't communicate that it's dead. It can't phone home with a dead battery, but it's correlated, assumed that the device has died.
Now, can you go up to the next input in this Excel? So we have, what's the next date and time? You can show the jury.
So that is March 16th, 2022 at 8:41 p.m. There's a communications failure clear event.
What does that mean?
That would typically mean the device has been charged and is now communicating and ascertaining location once again.
So from March 14th, 2022, you have battery critical. When, can you explain to the jury, you have this potential dead battery at 12:07. Does that mean that the battery died at 12:07, or what's the time range of when this alert would come?
Not necessarily that it died at 12:07. I don't remember the exact configuration at the time, but it's typically 60 to 90 minutes prior to that. And like I said, the device can't report once it's dead because it's dead. So a certain period of time passes where it's out of communication that the assumption is the battery's dead.
I heard
Would the event report Excel that's minute by minute help give clarity on when exactly it died?
Yes, sir.
Now, I am going to publish for you report 2 Excel spreadsheet.
the drinks
I'm
murder
going to
was on
scroll
March,
to the very
by the way.
bottom or the oldest date of that document. And from reviewing this report while it's coming up in general, and I can ask you when it comes up, what is the time frame for report 2?
If I recall correctly, report 2 is from January of 2022 through March of 2022.
If we scroll to, so you see at the top, it says January, and we're going to zoom in some. Can you explain for the jury while we're zooming in what these columns show?
Yes. So from what we can see here,
Can you use the laser pointer, Mr. Bailey? Thank you, sir.
column B is the person wearing the monitor's last name.
And then date and time column.
Date and time column is column D.
What about those numbers in E and F?
So E and F, that is the latitude and longitude of the GPS coordinates.
And what is the address in column G next to the lat and longitude?
The address in column G is the closest address that the system can correlate to the specific latitude and longitude recorded.
And then what is column H?
Without seeing the header, I'm not sure. It's either accuracy or speed. It is accuracy.
Okay.
Column H.
And then column I?
Column I is the speed.
Okay. Now, and this is the one you described that's minute by minute?
Yes, sir.
So the last date, was it March 18th, and the first date was January 2nd of 2022?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, scrolling down, I wanted to ask you, is that roughly 2.5 months, give or take?
Yes, sir.
So if you wanted to see where the person wearing this ankle monitor was in terms of certain locations, if I control F or searched an address, would it populate how many times they've been at an address in 1 minute increments, or would it not?
Yes, sir.
So if I were to control F 2830 Waters RD for road and click find all, would that tell us how many times in minute increments the person wearing this ankle monitor was at that location in this 2.5 month span?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you see, because it's kind of hard, what the cells found is in the bottom left?
It says 3,331 cells found.
So I'm not going to ask you to do this math, but is that 3,011 minutes at that address
Yes.
between January 2nd, 2022 and March 18th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I wanted to orient you to 2:48 p.m. on March 14th. We're going to get to that location in this data, 2:48 p.m. on March 14th, 2022. And when it comes up, I'm going to ask you a couple questions. What is the location at 2:48 p.m.? And if you can use that pointer, Mr. Bailey, I appreciate it. Is that Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International Airport?
Yes, sir.
And then do you see in the rows above 2300, 2200 Rental Car Center Parkway?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with what's at that location in general?
I believe that's the Hertz Rent-A-Car adjacent to the airport.
Now, we had talked earlier, but I wanted to ask you about the ScramNet GPS report. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for the jury, this is minute by minute, what is captured on the ScramNet? Does that have every minute?
So the ScramNet, the stop report is more a summary. It's a named a stop report because you pre-configure a number of points at a location, and it'll only show you if the person has been there for more than that number of points.
Which would be 3 minutes.
On this specific report, yes, it's anything longer than 3 minutes. It marks down that they were there for longer than 3 minutes.
So if you wanted to check stable addresses for someone wearing the ankle monitor, would that ScramNet GPS be a good document to use?
Yes, sir. It's eliminates travel time driving around because you're moving and not staying at the same location.
Now, I'm going to publish page 6 of 7, and you have the physical document before you on what's.
Yes.
I think that's what they're getting at. I think they're trying to paint his day. And then at the end of the night, the ankle monitor dies essentially. And so the day after this murder, he's unaccounted for essentially. But I think the following day, the 16th or 17th is when they're arrested. It was like 2 or 3 days after the incident, the murder. But I think, yeah. So remember he had that vehicle that Stillwell had was a rental car.
Mr. Bailey, you can use that physical copy. We're going to zoom in on page 6 of 7 of that report on March 14, 2022 at 3:10 p.m. Now, while that's coming up, on the far right column of that document, it has a date and time. Can you tell the jury what that date and time means? As in, what kind of columns does this document show us while it comes up?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
If you go to the very first page of that report while we pull it up, what are the different columns of data that we're looking at?
So again, the first column is the name of the person wearing the device. The second column is the number of points, which with a point being approximately once a minute should be at least that number of minutes at the location. The third column does actually show the amount of time there. And fourth column is the address, again, the best correlated address from the grouping of GPS coordinates. And then the final column is the last date or time that they were at that location.
So if I was at 123 Main Street at 1 o'clock for 30 minutes, would the time on January 1st, just say, would the time and date on the far right be January 1st, 1:30, 123 Main Street?
Yes,
As
sir.
in, and if the number of points indicated 30, then I was at that address for 30 minutes.
30 minutes prior to
Prior
the
to
last
that.
date and time.
Okay. So with what we were just discussing, do you see that 220 Rental Car Center Parkway on this? And if you can use the screen, we tried to zoom in on it.
Yes.
And is that March 14th, 2022 at 3:10 p.m.?
Yes, it is.
What is the next address that the monitor of Shannon Jackson went after the rental car location, or Rental Car Center Parkway, I should say?
So after that, it was at 2830 Waters Road, Atlanta, Georgia.
Now, I wanted to orient you to, we're going to scroll up a little bit to 6:30 p.m. on March 14th, 2022. And while that comes up, I'm going to approach you with what's labeled as 397 Victor Victor Bravo through 397 Victor Victor Juliet. Were you able to, in preparation for your testimony, review some locations that came up in this data?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you have the opportunity to review those documents before testifying here today?
Yes, sir.
And what are they in general?
In general, these are locations that the monitor pinged at, showing that it was there at the locations.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 397 Victor Victor Bravo through Juliet.
No objection.
All right, those are admitted.
So to orient the jury, this is March 14th, 2022, what's displayed on the screen.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe the date and time in minutes for this 257 Flat Shoals Avenue, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia?
So it was March 14th, 2022 at 6:56 p.m. and then again at 7:52 p.m.
And is there also one at 6:30 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And in general, with the amount of points or minutes there, what's a rough ballpark of how long at this address?
Just on the three on this page, approximately an hour and a half.
Now, I am going to publish what's just been admitted as 397 Victor Victor Bravo. It's going to come up on the screen. And we're going to zoom in a little bit, but is this 257 Flat Shoals Avenue Southeast if you were to look at it on Google Maps?
Yes, sir, it is.
And do you see that red Dodge truck in the
Yes,
far
sir.
left?
Yes, sir.
Do you see that writing behind the truck?
Yes, sir. Window tinting.
And is this the address we were just discussing for roughly hour and a half on March 14, 2022?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now, what is the, looking back on page 5 of the GramNet report, do you see, or a time at 8:36 p.m.
On page 5, yes, March 14th, 2022, 8:36 p.m. is at 2830 Waters Road.
And after that, how many minutes is it at that address?
On this occasion, it says 3 minutes.
And do you see a 2830 Waters Road at 9:37 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
How many minutes is it at Waters Road on March 14th, 2022 at 9:37 p.m.?
43 minutes.
Now I'm going to go back to the report to minute by minute XL, and I'm going to go to March 14th, 2022 at 9:50 p.m. It's going to come up on the screen here in just a minute.
So he gets the rental car. He gets the rental car tinted. He goes to Waters. And then he's going to go to the gas station, I believe is what they're about to show maybe next. I don't remember the exact time from the.
We'll publish this in a minute, but while that comes up, do you have well, here it comes. So do you see the first entry at 464 Windsor Street Southwest?
This is gas station.
Yes, sir. March 14th at 9:50 p.m.
I am going to publish 397 Victor Charlie, and then come back to this document. Was this one of the addresses that you reviewed that was contained in this data, the 464 Windsor?
Yes, sir.
And on the screen, is this the 464 Windsor Street Southwest?
Yes, sir.
And is there a gas station at that location?
Yes, sir. It's a BP gas station, I believe.
And this is at 9:50 on March 14th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go back to the report 2. If you look at this report minute by minute, can you tell how many minutes someone's at a location?
Yes, sir.
So starting at the first 464 Windsor at 9:50, we're going to scroll up a little bit until the last time we see 464 Windsor. We'll stop right there. What's the last time it's at 464 Windsor?
March 14th at 10 p.m.
And can you show the jury that with the laser? So it's at the ankle monitor for Shannon Jackson is at the BP gas station for about 10 minutes on
Yes.
March 14th.
Yes, sir.
Now, earlier you had described about this latitude and longitude that we see here. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If you put in latitude and longitude into Google, will it give you an address?
It will.
Now, at 10:01, does the address change from 464 Windsor Street?
It does. It changes to 405 Cooper Street.
Now, if you were to put in the latitude and longitude depicted there, would you also get that address? So I'm going to show you or publish what's admitted as 397 Victor Echo. And this is at 10:01 p.m. on March 14, 2022.
Yes.
And you see that red dot in the middle, is that GPS coordinate location?
That'd be the GPS coordinate, yes.
And do you see that King's Liquor and a FedEx icon on this map?
Yes. I think that's the back of the BP gas station, same lot.
So at 10 p.m., the ankle monitor is at 464 Windsor, the BP, and then at 10:01, it is this location of Windsor Street.
Right. Yes, sir.
Now, going back to report 2, at 10:02, where is the ankle monitor's location? It's going to come up in just a second. We're going to scroll up one column. Do you see where it says PJ V2 plus VR, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Is that also an address you can put into Google to see where the ankle monitor is at 10:02?
It's closer to it like a GPS coordinate. They call it a plus code, but it's like more like a GPS coordinate than an address. But yes, you can search that in Google Maps. It'll show the location.
I am going to publish 397 Victor Victor Foxtrot. We're going to zoom in just a little. Is this that address at 10:02 p.m. on March 14th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
And is that the same King's Liquor and FedEx icons we see in blue on the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that this is more north on Windsor Street than where it was 1 minute before?
Yes, sir. Just north.
And is that I-20 that major highway that you see depicted on this exhibit?
It is.
Now, I'm going to go back to report 2 and ask you after that 10:02 p.m. March 14th input about some of the addresses next depicted. So we're going to scroll up a little bit and keep that laser pointer handy, Mr. Bailey. We're going to put it to good use. Can you see on 10:05 I-20 and 10:07 I-20 on this Excel?
Yes, I can.
And when the addresses change minute by minute, is that typically when someone is moving?
That would be indicative of traveling. Yes.
Now, going back to, or I'm going to say this, we're going to scroll to the right to the column. You had mentioned earlier about speed and of the ankle monitor.
Yes, sir.
If I'm in a vehicle, will it track the speed of my vehicle?
Yes, sir.
I mean, in terms of my ankle monitor while I'm moving.
Yes. Yeah, I believe it just takes the distance between the 2 points and the time it took. Divide distance by time, you get speed.
And was it column I that is the speed?
Yes, it is.
Now, what's the speed when it's at the intersection PJV2 plus VR at 10 o'clock? What was the intersection right there?
At that intersection, it's reading 18 miles per hour.
And can you use that laser pointer, Mr. Bailey, to
Yes.
show the jury? Now, 1 minute later at 10:03 p.m., how fast is the ankle monitor of Shannon Jackson going on March 14th, 2022?
It says 90 miles an hour.
And at 10:04 p.m. on March 14th, 2022, how fast is the ankle monitor of Shannon Jackson going?
Yeah, I'm gonna get to this point.
What time did you ask about?
10:04 p.m.
Overruled.
At 10:04 p.m., it says 83 miles per hour.
Now, Mr. Bailey, how fast is it at 7:05 p.m.? Can you use that laser pointer, Mr. Bailey? Thank you, sir.
You mean at 10:05 p.m.?
Sorry, 10:05. Yes, sir.
That'd be 77 miles an hour.
What about at 10:06 p.m.?
10:06 p.m. is 80 miles an hour.
10:07 p.m.?
10:07 p.m. is 85 miles an hour.
I'm going to go up another column to 10:08 p.m.
10:08 p.m. is 79 miles an hour.
Now, I'm going to go back to the ScramNet GPS report to specifically where we get to 464 Windsor Street Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia on March 14th that we were just discussing.
Okay, yes, sir.
What is the next stable address after that? Captured on that report.
So after Windsor Street, March 14th at 10 p.m., the next address where the device, where the stop report marked that it was longer than 3 minutes was 600 Interchange Drive in Atlanta. And it says it was there for 38 minutes, ending at 10:55 p.m.
Now I'm going to publish 397 Victor Victor Golf. Can you orient the jury what these two addresses show?
So the right side of the screen is, I believe, the Windsor Street starting location.
And the left icon,
Is the 600 Interchange Drive.
and that this is just a Google map demonstrative, but what's highlighted in this screen is that I-20 going westbound.
That is the route between the two, yes, sir.
I am going to publish. Oh, I wanted to ask you something else. Going back to the, remember how earlier we had mentioned to you about the battery critical and then getting recharged?
Yes, sir.
On this report 2 data on March 14th, 2022, we're going to pull it up now, and I'm going to ask you if the minute by minute increments ever stop. So we're going to scroll up a little bit. And is this the 600 Interchange Drive we were just discussing?
Yes, it is.
Now I'm going to stop here. And can you use this laser pointer, Mr. Bailey? And can you show the jury the last data point on March 14th, 2022? What time is that?
So the last data point on March 14th, 2022 was at 11 p.m. at 600 Interchange Drive. And then the following data point was almost 48 hours later, March 16th at 10 p.m.
Does this coincide with what we first talked about, the battery critical and then the communication clear?
Yes, if I recall correctly from the event log, there was a battery critical preceding that last data point on March 14th.
And between 11 p.m. on March 14th, 2022 till March 16th, 2022 at 10 p.m., are you able to get any location data from the ankle monitor?
No, sir.
Now, when the ankle monitor does plug or comes back online to register data, what is the address?
The address is 7055 Concourse Parkway in Douglasville.
And is that at 10 p.m. on March 16th, 2022?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, I am going to publish 397 Victor Victor India. And if you want to get ahead of me, you can, Mr. Bailey, because you have the hard copies, but it should also come up on the screen. Is this the address that comes up for that 7055 Concourse Parkway?
Yes, sir. It appears to be a hotel.
Now, looking back at the Scram report that you have, is the ankle monitor at that hotel location for quite some time?
Yes, sir. Yeah, at least several hours. At least until March 17th, 10:52 a.m. It's a little over 12 hours later.
So what is the next address after that 10:52 a.m. on March 17th, 2022 at the Concourse Hotel location?
The next address after leaving Concourse Parkway was 2481 Meadowlark Drive in East Point. That was March 17th at 11:37 a.m. was the last point at that location.
And I'm going to publish the Scram report on page 2.
Oh, are we going to get that video today?
Is this what you were just discussing in terms of the 10:52 a.m. March 17th is the last time it hits at that Concourse address, and then the address above that is the Meadowlark Drive?
Yes, sir.
Do you see on this report, the third from the top, a 50 Mount Zion Road Southeast?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you know what's at 50 Mount Zion Road Southeast?
I do not.
What is the time and how long is the location at that site?
So 50 Mount Zion Road, the last point at that location was March 17th at 1:22 p.m. And it says it was there for 20 minutes. So it would be from 1:02 p.m. to 1:22 p.m.
Now, I want to fast forward to page 1 of this report at 2:56 p.m. on March 17th, 2022. What is the location at that time?
At 2:56 p.m. on March 17th, it was 1065 Cleveland Ave in East Point.
And was that also one of the locations that you looked at in preparation for your testimony?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to publish 397 Victor Juliet. And this is 2:56 p.m. on March 17, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to be a Chick-fil-A?
Yes, sir.
Now, after that location, what from the Scram report, what is the next stable address that the ankle monitor reports location data for?
Be back to the Meadowlark Drive in Atlanta.
And does it have numerous data points at the Meadowlark Drive in East Point, Georgia, or Atlanta, Georgia, as you see the report where it has the different Meadowlark drives?
Yes, sir.
And does that continue for some time at that location?
Yes, sir. From at least 3:10 p.m. to 3:51 p.m., about 40 minutes.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey. No further questions by the state.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Schardt. Pull it together.
Good afternoon. My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay.
Yep. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, let me just back up to when someone has. Let me back. Ankle monitor.
I
know it
love
seems
when Schardt backs up.
self-explanatory, but could you just explain what?
Back it up all the way.
Yes, sir.
I'm talking about the device.
Come on.
Yes, sir. So it's a kind of like a bracelet that goes on the ankle. There's a black box portion of it that contains the electronics to record GPS location data, and like I said, the cellular modem to communicate that data to the system. Then there's a strap that wraps around the person's leg from the device back to itself and secures it.
Okay, when you say a strap, are you talking about like a Velcro strap that can be taken on and off easily, or?
A hard plastic strap.
And for instance, if I'm getting an ankle monitor, do I just put it on myself? Or does someone else put it on?
Typically, someone from the service provider, the company would have to come and install it.
Okay. And without getting into exact words, if someone is putting an ankle monitor on my leg, your company, would you explain what it is, explain how it works, and explain the data it collects to me when you're putting it on my leg?
Generally, yes, sir.
Okay. So in your experience and expertise, someone wearing one of your ankle monitors would know what it's doing, know the data it collects, and know that you will be getting, be a recipient of that data, correct?
Typically, yes, sir.
You about to say what
In
y'all?
other words, the person wearing the monitor knows they're being monitored.
Yes, sir.
All right.
He getting that with y'all
Okay.
in the chat.
Let's talk about the battery issue. I know that you testified that typically, if I were to charge my ankle monitor for 2 hours, it would be good for a day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How would I charge my ankle monitor?
So there's a proprietary charging cable that is issued to the person when they get the ankle monitor. It's standard. Plug one end of the wall, and the other end attaches to the monitor.
Okay. And how many chargers do you typically give each person that's getting an ankle monitor?
One at time of install.
Okay. So there's no car charger like we have for phones?
No, sir. The manufacturer recommends not to do any kind of car charging.
Okay. And so to charge my ankle monitor, I would have to plug it into the wall, plug the charger into the wall, typical outlet, I'm assuming, in a house.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then plug it into my monitor to charge it, but the monitor stays on my leg.
Right. Yes, sir.
Okay. So when we say you got to plug it in for 2 hours, typically what we're saying is you got to be still for 2 hours while your leg has a device on it that's connected to the wall.
Right. Yes, sir.
Cool. Now, in your experience, I think you testified that about a critical battery and then the battery running out on Mr. Stillwell's monitor on the evening or the early morning of March 15th.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. You've been doing this for a while. Mr. Stillwell's not the only person that's ever had a dead battery on his ankle monitor, is he?
No, sir.
It's quite common.
I'm not sure it's common is the right word, but it definitely does happen. Yes.
Okay. And in fact, the state's or the prosecutors focus on March 15th. Mr. Stillwell, you have his records of troubles with his battery going back to when he got the monitor, correct?
Could you clarify?
Well, you've displayed, or the state has displayed all these Excel with minute-to-minute updates and everything else. We can look at those records to determine if Mr. Stillwell has had problems with his battery in the past or if it was just on March 14th, correct?
Insofar as the battery dying, yes. Yeah.
Yes.
I believe the event report goes further back than that.
Do you have the event report in front of you?
I do not. That's, I guess, on this CD, but not on paper.
Okay. I don't. We're looking at the printed out copy of the event report.
Yes, sir.
Like refresh your recollection.
Mhm.
Okay, that approach. All right. That goes back to beginning of January 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it goes till March 17th of 2022, isn't that correct?
March 18th was the last
Okay.
event prior to when the terminated out of the system in September, but yes.
Okay. Let's just start, let's just, for time's sake, begin on February 1st.
Okay.
Okay. February 1st, going into February 2nd on Mr. Stillwell's ankle monitor. At 6:18 p.m. on February 1st, it was a low battery.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 10:28 p.m., battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 2:48 a.m. on February 2nd of 2022, location failure, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
The battery's dead, correct?
At some point prior to that, it would be dead. Yes, sir.
Okay. 2:50 a.m. potential dead battery on February 2nd.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's not plugged in until 10:50 a.m. on February 2nd. Says AC plug-in, correct?
Right. Yes, sir.
All right, let's go to February 4th. 5:10 p.m. low battery, correct?
Yes, sir.
8:09 p.m. battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, February 7th. 6:24 p.m. low battery, correct?
February 7th.
Yeah.
February 7th, 6:24 p.m. low battery. Yes, sir.
9:43 p.m. battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to February 12th going into the 13th.
Okay.
8:50 p.m. low battery.
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes.
12:46 a.m. on February 13th, battery critical.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On February 25th,
Yes, sir.
8:58 a.m. low battery, correct?
Correct.
1:00 p.m. battery critical, correct?
Correct.
4:55 p.m. potential dead battery, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. And that on that particular instance, the charger stayed uncharged or dead for some time, correct?
Correct. March 25th or February 25th through March 3rd.
Okay. So we're talking about 7 days,
Yes, sir.
approximately February 28
take
days, maybe 6
6
days.
days. Yeah.
All right, cool. March 4th, going into the 5th.
Yes.
8:57 p.m. low battery.
Yes, sir.
12:20 a.m. on March 5th, battery critical, correct?
Correct.
4:45 a.m. potential dead battery.
Correct.
Okay, let's look at March 7th going into the 8th.
Okay.
9:04 p.m. low battery, correct?
Yes, sir.
March 8th at 12:34 a.m. battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
March 8th, 5:13 a.m. potential dead battery.
Yes, sir.
All right. March 8th, later on that day, 2:21 p.m. low battery.
Correct.
5:58 p.m. battery critical.
Correct.
9:48 p.m. potential dead battery.
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. March 10th, going into the 11th of 2022. 11:47 p.m. low battery, correct?
Correct.
March 11th, 3:32 a.m. battery critical, correct?
Correct.
8:10 a.m. potential dead battery.
Correct.
All right. So in that month and 10 days that we just reviewed, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, we had 9 different battery events, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And that's what we had on March 14th as well, correct? A battery event.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Not his first one,
Correct. No,
not
sir.
his only one.
No, sir.
Now, here's the thing about the battery event. March 14th at 10 p.m., it was working, right?
March 14th at 10 p.m. I think, yes, sir. Yeah, it was.
Right. It's that monitor that he was wearing that allows you to put him on Windsor Street, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're talking about dead batteries. March 10th, 10 p.m., the battery is still working.
March 10th at 10 p.m.
Excuse me, March 14th, 10 p.m.
March 14th, 10. Yes, sir.
Still working.
Yes, sir.
All right. So now, other than just hoping your battery runs out, there's other ways to stop a monitoring company from tracking you, correct?
Yes, sir.
You could smash the monitoring device, correct?
Yes, sir.
You could also, and this is quite common, you could gnaw at with a knife and cut off the monitor from your leg if you didn't want someone to monitor you.
Yes, sir.
If you wanted to hide your location, you could do that.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Was Mr. Stillwell's monitor smashed?
No, sir. Either of those two scenarios, the device can tell if it's been smashed or if the strap is cut, and it would show an event.
Mr. Stillwell didn't cut off the device either, did he?
Doesn't appear to, no, sir.
Okay. And in fact, at 10 o'clock on March 14th, the device was working just fine. It just needed to be charged eventually.
Yes, sir.
All right. And let me just ask you one more thing. When you were going through those locations on March 14th, 15th, and you Googled different addresses in?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you remember at 10:55 p.m. on the 14th, and this is in the stop report, 600 Interchange Drive, Southwest?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the state asked you to Google those addresses to figure out what's there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you, in fact, Googled the addresses and printed out pictures of what Google Maps says is at that location, 600 Interchange Drive, correct?
The state asked me to review them, but these are the state's.
Okay.
officers printed these, but yes, sir.
So they printed them out and asked you to review them.
But I have Googled these addresses as well.
Okay. 600 Interchange Drive, your monitor was showing Mr. Stillwell there on 3/14/22 at 10:55 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And that was the first location in your stop report from the Windsor Drive, or excuse me, Windsor Street address, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you have that picture of 600 Interchange Drive?
I do. Yes, sir.
Could you publish that for me? Okay, and this is where the monitor puts Mr. Stillwell at 10:55 p.m. on March 14th, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and have you been to that location?
I have not, no, sir.
Do you know if there is in fact a recording studio at that location?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
No question. Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, can I have a 30-second approach with you and Mr.
Yeah.
Schardt real quick?
Okay, so 54 of you are saying Shannon did not commit this crime and by this crime, I mean murder, child. Did not commit this crime while he had an ankle monitor on, but 41%, I can't speak, are saying maybe. Is he America's dumbest criminal? Did he commit a crime with an ankle monitor on, knowing that it's on? Also, was the monitor faulty and it kept dying, or did Shannon never charge it? And so the fact that it died the day or, right after Drinks's murder is not really out of the ordinary because it had already been dying. Like it wasn't, I couldn't tell if he was getting at the thing was faulty because I kept hearing that it was dying and critical, but can you tell, was he charging it? Or was it faulty or was he just not charging it? Whichever answer, it still seems that nothing, interesting or nothing crazy happened after Drinks's murder, because the fact that it died afterward is a regular occurrence is what it seemed. Fran said it was faulty. It's Fulton County.
You were asked about cutting off an ankle monitor, smashing an ankle monitor. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
What happens when that occurs in terms of in the system?
There's an event recorded. If the device were to be smashed and separated, that shows up as a device tamper. Or if the device's strap were to be cut, that would show up as an event for a strap tamper.
And if the battery dies for whatever reason, does that show up as anything other than communication failure or low battery critical?
No, sir.
Now, you had mentioned about the charging is about 2 hours.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Is the charging of an ankle monitor in terms of the time any different than charging your phone at night?
No, sir. That's typically the analogy we use is you have to charge your phone every day. You have to charge your ankle monitor.
And is the person wearing the ankle monitor responsible for charging the ankle monitor and making sure that it is active?
Yes, sir.
And they are notified when the battery begins to get low. Is that fair?
By the device itself, by a vibration. And if they were to look at the device, they would see a flashing red.
And on cross, you were asked about other times that the device stopped working or was not registering data. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Does that event details, that same document that you were looking at, show you when the device is plugged back in to be charged?
Yes, sir.
My question.
So for those gaps of time where there's no data, the device is not being plugged in to be recharged. Is that fair to say?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Oh, because it would show. Okay, that was my question.
And you also had mentioned that the battery critical warning, there's a window of time for when it can die. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
So would the person wearing the ankle monitor know exactly to the minute when their battery would stop communicating with the monitoring company after that vibrating low battery?
Not to the minute. I mean, you could presume, like I said, there's a flashing light that continues from low battery through critical battery to dead. So if you were to literally watch the ankle monitor and see the light stop flashing, you could assume it's dead at that point. But
before that light stopped flashing, would you know exactly how many minutes left before that specific battery dies?
no, sir.
And we had on cross, you were asked about that window of time, March 14th, March 15th. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And with the event detail data, or excuse me, the event report data, the Excel spreadsheet that we looked at, do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair or not fair to say that within less than an hour from 10 p.m. on March 14th, 2022, the battery or the ankle monitor for Shannon Jackson did not return a signal for roughly 48 hours.
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Okay, yes, sir.
Or you want me to ask one last question?
Go ahead.
My apologies. What happens when there's an alert for a device tamper or tamper with the strap?
Can you clarify what?
When you had mentioned the device getting separated or the ankle monitor being physically cut, you said it's a tampering notification. What happens with that notification?
Oh, typically someone in our office would immediately get like a text message and an email, and the way the system is oriented on the computer screen for us, that person moves from wherever they were alphabetically to the very top, and there's a flashing red light. It's a high alert for a tamper, and one of our employees would then call the person, see if it's something happened out of their control, and see if we can get them in to get it corrected, or if there's belief that there's an issue for public safety, we might call 911 and ask law enforcement to respond to the location. But tampers are addressed as soon as possible by our staff to make sure the device is still functioning and on a person.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. No further questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bailey, I believe either you or the prosecutor said tampering. Charging a monitor is like charging a cell phone.
Like I said, that's the analogy we use. You have to charge your phone, you have to charge your monitor.
Right. I mean, that's fine as an analogy, but do you connect your cell phone to your body when you're charging it?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have a car charger and a travel charger for yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And about these alerts, you never received a device tamper alert. Bottom line is you never received a device tamper alert for Mr. Stillwell with his ankle.
Sir.
And you never received a strap tamper alert.
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness. And are y'all going in order? Is our next? No, we had slightly out. Okay.
DJ, that was such a
Speak calls Michael Syass.
Ooh. That was such a good point.
Jurors, if y'all need to stand and stretch or anything while he's making his way in, go ahead.
And
do
Miss
that.
Bam, talk about Max waiting for the bell to recess is hilarious.
Yes, sir.
Spell your first and last name for the courts.
All right. First name Michael, last name Syass, Syass.
Good afternoon, Mr. Syass.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Syass, please tell the jury where you reside
East Point, Georgia.
and how long have you resided in East Point?
4 going on 5 years.
Okay. And I know you're wearing a mask, but can you just speak it to the mic a little bit?
Yes, sir. 4 to 5 years.
Thank you. Mr. Syass, on or about March 17th, 2022, did you report finding a gun to the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you were doing when you found the gun?
I was walking my dog up the street,
Okay. And when you say street, what street?
Metal Art Drive,
Okay. And where did you find the gun?
off to the side in the field near a fence.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Syass, I'm now showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 398 Victor Victor through 403 Victor Victor.
Okay.
Do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes, this is the street going down to my block.
And how do you recognize those photos?
I walk down this street every day.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the area where you found the gun that you reported?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state moves to admit 398 Victor Victor through 403 Victor Victor.
Admitted.
Thank you. I'm now going to go ahead and publish, permission to publish, Your
You
Honor.
may.
Thank you. Now going to publish 398 Victor Victor. And right in front of your right hand, Mr. Syass, is a pointer. It looks like a marker on the top of the desk. And if you could turn around, there's a screen on 398 Victor Victor. Can you kind of orient the jury on what's depicted in 398 Victor Victor?
The street leading down to my house,
Okay, and what street is this?
Metal Art Drive.
Okay. I'm now going to go ahead and publish 399 Victor Victor. And tell the jury what's depicted in 399 Victor Victor.
The road leading down to my house, the area where I found the gun at.
Okay. And I'm just going to go back just briefly. 398 Victor Victor. And is this the entrance of Meadow Lark?
Yes, that's the street leading up to Ben Hill.
Okay. I'm now going to publish 400 Victor Victor. And can you tell the jury what's depicted in 400 Victor Victor?
The area where I found the gun at.
Okay. And can you, with that pointer?
Right in that area. Right in that area right there.
Okay. And if it's easier, you can stand and turn, and it's up to whatever easy for you. Okay.
My arms are long.
I'm now going to publish 401 Victor Victor. And can you tell the states what's depicted in 401 Victor Victor?
The area where I found the gun at.
Okay. And can you highlight again with the pointer?
Right in that area right there.
Okay. I'm now going to publish 403 Victor Victor. And can you tell the jury what's depicted in 403 Victor Victor?
This is the street leading down to my house.
Okay.
This is Meadow Lark Drive.
Okay. Now, if you continue to travel north on Meadow Lark Drive,
that leads to Meadow Lark Lane.
okay. And if you're going towards Meadow Lark Lane, would you run into 2841 Meadow Lark Drive?
Yes, that's going down the block.
Okay. Towards your home.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you found the gun, can you describe the gun for the jury?
Black gun. It was a black gun. I don't know guns like that. It was a gun.
Sure. And after the finding the gun, what did you do?
Called the police.
And did the police respond to your call?
Yes, officer came out and I guess stayed in the area.
Did the officers collect that gun?
I believe so. I left.
Okay.
I went to work.
Now, in the time that you lived in that neighborhood and, walked your dog, have you ever found like a random gun on the side of the road?
No.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Questions for this witness? All right.
I knew he was not going.
Thank you.
That man said I was not in my
Sorry,
business
next witness.
and came upon
Call
it.
Detective Starks.
I don't know what happened
For
after
this
that.
next witness.
I went
is-
to work.
Thank you.
Oh, is this girlfriend? We're not going to get a face? He said, I was walking and I found a gun. I don't know what happened. Why did they make that man come? Also, DJ, I screenshot your comment. DJ Allyn, I screenshot you, girl. If you want me to take it down, I will. I posted it. Your pictures included. I said I gave you credit, but if you like, girl, take my stuff down, I will. Everybody's agreeing though that you made a good point.
Raise your right hand. This is why firm testimony be within the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Just state your first initial, last name, spell it. Of course, it's going for it.
How we looking? Is this the
First initial J,
oh, this
last name Starks, STARKS.
Good afternoon, Detective Starks.
Good afternoon.
Detective Starks, are you employed?
Yes, sir.
And where are you employed?
With the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the city of Atlanta PD?
Since around 2012.
All right. And can you tell the jury what unit you are assigned to?
Yes, sir. I'm assigned to the gang unit.
On or about March 17, 2022, what unit were you assigned to?
The gang unit.
Can you tell the jury some of what your role and your responsibilities were within the gang unit?
Yes, sir. So I'm a detective. We investigate predicate acts such as aggravated assault, homicides, robberies, entering autos, auto thefts, and we basically go out and investigate those crimes and add gang charges if applicable. So we document, we interview witnesses, victims, interview suspects, do undercover work, stuff like that.
Okay. Now, turning your attention to March 17th, 2022, were you requested to assist the gang unit with locating a suspect vehicle involved in a homicide?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what type of vehicle were you looking for?
It was an Audi A5.
Oh, this is the.
And where did you locate this vehicle?
So I was hungry, so I went to Chick-fil-A off of Cleveland Avenue. I was going to order some food, and while I was in the drive-through, the vehicle drove through.
I was
I'm
home.
not going to publish 397. Victor, what's already been admitted. Oh, Juliet, 397, Victor, Juliet.
Why he say I was hungry? So I went to Chick-fil-A. Then I saw the car. Patreon knows that's where I go when I'm hungry too.
And Detective Starks, is this the Chick-fil-A that you just referenced?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you tell the jury what caused you to locate this vehicle?
So that morning, when I arrived to work, my supervisor handed me a bolo, and he told me to look out for this vehicle in the area of Cleveland Avenue. So, like I said, I was hungry, so I drove to the area. I went up and down Cleveland, did not locate it. And then when I pulled into the Chick-fil-A restaurant, that's when I located it.
Okay. Do you recall the what state issued license plate that
Yes, sir. It was Maryland.
Maryland tag?
Yes, sir.
Now, after locating the vehicle, what did you do?
I immediately, so it pulled behind me. So I pulled back out the line and I pulled behind it, like 3 or 4 cars behind it to verify the tag. Once I verified the tag, I raised my supervisor and support units to come help, with a traffic stop. I raised our air unit, our auto theft unit, and more undercover officers to come in the area.
And I know you just briefly said it, but can you tell what law enforcement agencies also assisted?
Yes, it was East Point, Georgia State Patrol, and Atlanta Police Department.
And what else did you do?
I gave out the, I verified the tag and gave it over the radio. I advised them what place he was in line, like in the drive-through line. And when it took a long time for the food to come, so I guess they got the food. So it took like maybe 20 minutes, and then I guess they pulled out, and then I advised the responding units the direction of travel.
And what was that direction of travel?
It made a right out of Chick-fil-A. I believe that's going back west.
And did that complete your involvement in this case?
Yes, sir.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
Yeah, they have to include this in the movie. We need the Chick-fil-A scene because this man, he said the food was taking a long time, and I know there was a crime happening, but I was hungry.
All right,
So
questions for this witness?
Investigator Starks, good afternoon. Max Schardt, I represent Shannon Stillwell. As part of your work in this case, were you able to review a FedEx video?
No, sir.
From March 14th of 2022?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you take part, I know that you said you raised other units. Did you take part in any sort of apprehension of Mr. Stillwell on March 17th?
I drove to the area, but I did not participate because I was undercover, so I did not do anything to apprehend him.
Fair enough. Okay. So let me just ask you this then. You, other than when you were getting lunch,
Yes.
when you actually found the car,
Mhm.
that day earlier, you were looking for Mr. Stillwell because there was an arrest warrant for him.
I was looking for the vehicle,
Okay,
per se.
okay. You were looking for a particular vehicle, that information had been given you emanating from Detective Hogan to be on the lookout for this vehicle, so an arrest could be made. Is that fair to say?
No, sir. So my supervisor just gave me a bolo with a vehicle with the tag description and said, hey, this vehicle was involved in a homicide. It should be around the Cleveland area and look for it.
Okay. All right. What was that description you were given?
A white Audi A5 with a Maryland tag. I don't recall the tag.
What about tints?
The car was tinted because I could not see the occupants of the vehicle when I was in Chick-fil-A.
Right. You could not.
No, the windows were up.
Okay. Exactly. So you were looking for a white Audi A5 with Maryland tags.
Yes, sir.
All right. And now, in your experience as an officer, this is not the first time you were looking for a specific vehicle, is it?
No, sir. It's not the first
Okay.
time.
In your experience, sometimes when you're looking for vehicles for law enforcement purposes, people ditch the vehicles or hide the vehicles or put them in a garage or put them up, correct?
That's a fair statement.
Okay. Other times, people might get a wrap. You know what a wrap is? Like a paint job?
Yes.
A wrap or a paint job on a vehicle to change the appearance of the vehicle,
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir.
Other times, people might get a different license tag number and take off the tag that they normally have on the vehicle and put on a different tag number, right?
Yes.
All to throw you off because they know that you're looking for them, or they believe that you're looking for them.
Yes.
Okay. In this particular case, when you were looking for a white Audi A5 with Maryland tags, was the Audi in fact still white?
Yes.
Did it in fact still have Maryland tags?
Yes.
Did it in fact still have the same license number as you were given as part of the BOLO?
It had to because, like I said, I verified the tag and everybody came to the location and verified there was a correct tag when I gave it over the radio.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. Your next student's gonna be Sergeant Newman, the Phoenix panel. Okay, that won't take long, right? We need a break. Break? Okay, all right, let's take a quick break.
Look at Miss Weaver. People are tagging Max and Weinstein. Oh, they were talking about jury instructions, I think. If this is done, if you committed a murder in a car, I mean, unless you did, maybe he didn't expect the FedEx video to be.
Any matters for the record before we break?
Just for the next witness, Your Honor, just so the record's clear. And Mr. Schardt and Ms. Weinstein both looked at it. The video that we're using, the part where it says anything about anybody being armed and dangerous, has been redacted.
Okay.
So there's no issue from my understanding with the audio now.
I think that's
On an entirely
we can't hear you, girl. Oh, that's on purpose. This is what I've been saying. There is a chase. There's video footage of them. It's Shannon and Nichols getting arrested. They go on the chase from the Chick-fil-A, they chase and then arrested. So I figured that's where we are headed to. Maybe that's that. It seems like that's what he was just talking about.
Yes. I hope so. If I get my way, it is.
If it's gonna be longer than that, then
I'll be
tell
back.
him, he's an understanding judge, so tell him I can't give you to him for more than 10 minutes.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, let's all take our afternoon break.
But what I'm saying is, even if, I mean, I'm not a criminal, but even if I don't know if I was captured on camera, right? The idea that you would like murder someone in a car and not even if you don't wrap it to change the color or change the plate, it seems like you would ditch it. No, like why wouldn't you would, or you would turn it back in. It was a rental car. Hey, done here. But I mean, I think Schardt raised the other day that Shannon extended the lease of that vehicle, the rental for that vehicle. He called and asked to extend it for like more days. So I don't know, that is weird. That is weird. I'm not a criminal, but will go hard. That's going to be my backup page. I'm not a lawyer, but is my main. I'm not a criminal, but is my backup. It does seem bizarre to commit a crime such as murder and keep the vehicle that you committed it in, not even like return it if it's a rental, sell it, ditch it, put it in some water, break it down, sell it for parts. Like, I mean, I've watched enough movies, you know? So that part is, yes, I gotta make, that part is throwing me off. T-Friend, I gotta make it my burner page. Everybody's gonna know it's me. Yeah, and he rented the car with his I mean, I think that speaks to, you know, not being premeditation. And I think the point that Schardt keeps making about the tint is that if somebody shot at me before and I know that people are after me, I too am going to do everything I can to not let people know that it's me when I'm driving. Like, so I too would constantly be renting cars, and I too would be tinting windows because I don't want you to know it's me. So and not stopping at red lights. My uncles used to do that. I don't feel like that's not, I don't know. Some of the points that Schardt makes, you know, in my mind makes sense. But I mean, you know, the state also has presented, I'm not saying it's convincing evidence, but they have presented evidence that indicate that there was some kind of back and forth between these two sides. So I have had rental cars where the windows are tinted. I have also had rental cars where the windows are not tinted. I have had both. I've experienced both personally. Have you guys as well? Shannon, so are you going to make the I'm not a criminal? Somebody probably making it right now. You know how people do. They be like, oh, she has an idea. Let me go make it. What they said the other day is that they didn't even know Shymel Drinks and apparently he was an associate of, he wasn't like YFN. Keisha Banks says, yes, they have evidence of something, but nothing that says these two men unalive Mr. Drinks. Miss Ma'am says, I have, yes, you can ask for a car with tinted windows, but one may not always be available. Miss Shante says, never, but I usually rent the economy vehicle. That's real. Cadillacs come with tint. I'm just saying. Okay. Best of all, must only rent Cadillacs. Somebody's fancy. Yeah, Melanie knows. I see you, girl. I think that, here's what I think. I think that Schardt did what he wanted to do regarding that extra video. That extra car. And I think that there's more to come, I think, on that. Once we get to his presentation of the case, I think that we'll probably see more about that. But I think he's done enough he's trying to point it out to the jury. So I think there's more to come personally. Jaleisha, what you say? You said something funny. I'm trying to find your comment. I can't though. They're hoping Viverito weaves this all together. I agree with that too. I'm looking forward to Viverito on the stand, to be honest, because I think that is going to be interesting. I think so. What else y'all got in here? We are on the road to 50,000 subscribers. I definitely am. I would love to hit it before the year is up. So if you're here, please subscribe. I'd appreciate it. It's my own little, fourth quarter goal. I don't know. I need the inside scoop. I need somebody that's in the courtroom to send me the witness list. I need them to start sending it to me too, so I can see who's coming. I imagine Viverito is coming either going to be the last witness or coming soon. That's the question. Is Viverito going to be the last witness? Who does the state end with? Who is your last mic drop person that you want to say the state rests? Who do you bring up? It feels like it could be Viverito if they think it's going to be a slam dunk. It could be Viverito. Maybe it's Glanville. No, I'm just kidding. But like, who could be? I agree. Now, I'm not saying that Max won't cook Viverito because I think that could happen. But from the state's perspective, right? When you want to have your mic drop, you've been at this thing for 2 effing years. Okay. We're hitting an actual year of witness testimony. They should mic drop like on the day that they started, like 1 year anniversary. Bam, we're done. But that said, who do you end with? Who is your last person? I could see it being Viverito. Personally, I could see that. Brandy said no one, just stop now. Imagine it's your last witness and there's a motion for a mistrial. Imagine Viverito gets on the stand and messes up so badly, and it's the last witness, and there's a motion for a mistrial. That would be so iconic and in true YSL nature. Like, it would be fitting for the story. It honestly would. Sharon is saying she thinks it's Viv. Are we calling her Viv? Tiffany is saying Viverito. Okay, some of y'all believe Viverito. I kind of do too. Gaston is saying Glanville has to be on the stand. They said this week or next. So, I mean, it's only Tuesday. The jury should go on a trip together. You think they want to see any more of each other? That is funny. It's the state after all. No mic drop. I mean, even if the mic drop falls flat, I still imagine that they're going to want to try and have one, to try to. That's the mic drop. Bring Woody back. That's funny. Kiana said they didn't tripped over the mic. I need to come back to town so they'll have a mistrial. I'm now thinking like, ooh, I should go for closing arguments. I wonder who's going to go first, if it's going to be Schardt or Weinstein that's going to present their case first. I'm going to ask how long they expect to take so that I can come back to town. Wait, DJ said their mic drop is going to be Sexy Chocolate and Coming to America. You know what? How many did we get through today? We got through quite a bit, and they had 22. We need to keep a counter. They had 22 scheduled for like left this, or 22 this week? Hold on, let's find out. Where's my, hold on. Where's my guy? Where's my guy? Where's my guy? Oh man. I want, oh my gosh. Sorry guys, hold on. There's I thought I bookmarked him, but apparently not. Oh, here he is. Okay. Okay. So they had 22 this week. And so we had Hollis Brown, who was first. Then the Kevin Leon Packer, the Leon Packer guy. So that's 22. That's 20. We're down 2. And then Doug Bailey, that was 3. We had Michael Syass, who was the guy who found the gun. That was 4. And then we had Starks. So 5, right? Okay, so we had 22. And so far, we've done 5. So what is that? 17? So we got 17 left. And that's that's what they have for this week. So they got 17 more left. Am I missing one of these? Meech, Big Meech. Viverito is going to be the mystery. What? That would be so insane. 17 left, y'all. Oh my gosh, can you? I mean, they've gotten some time off, but I don't imagine that you have a real vacation. And with Glanville, they had so many days off, but it was unexpected. It was just constantly like, y'all ain't got to come today. We changed our mind. A directed verdict. I see some of you guys asking. A directed verdict is when the defense, I don't think the state does them, but the defense asks or requests or moves for a verdict from the judge to say like, hey, it's not uncommon for after the state's presentation of a case for the defense to say, they did a terrible job. They proved nothing. This whole case should be dismissed, right? And so a directed verdict is a verdict essentially from the judge. It's like a verdict from the judge where they will tell the jurors, this is the verdict. So what it seemed like, I have to still rewatch a little bit too, but what's his name? What's Shannon Stillwell's? Max Schardt, Jesus, was saying that they intend to ask for a directed verdict. And it seemed like he was talking specifically about the overt acts. And so remember, the overt acts, you have whatever, 200 or something. You have these overt acts, but they have to be done in furtherance of, right, the YSL gang in order to be a part of the RICO, right? In order to be one of the check marks for the RICO. And so he was... it sounded like Max Schardt plans to ask for directed verdicts regarding some of those overt acts to say that, yeah, these things happened, but it didn't meet the threshold of being done in furtherance of the conspiracy. So I think that's going to be interesting. As soon as the state wraps their case, you can expect that directed verdict kind of back and forth conversation to start happening. But a directed verdict is the judge kind of saying, a verdict, telling the jurors this is going to be the verdict for this. It's like them dismissing it. Brandy is saying that Stara explained it really well. I haven't watched her video yet, but I know she was talking about making one. We are on break. She did an afternoon break. Sharon says Doug said it too. Oh, okay. I missed Doug saying it. Keisha Brink says, how do y'all think the prosecution is going to paint a completed picture in the closing because they haven't told a story that can be followed? You know what? Anna G, I saw your tweet. She says I'm in the chat and your chat is making some good points here. I agree, chat. Y'all are on it. But I mean, you know, the good thing about closings, right, is that is how they can make their story. That's how they can say, remember we showed you this? The point of that was to show you this. And remember we pulled together this? That was that's going to be them being able to tell their story. Who's going to do it is also going to be interesting. I don't think it's going to be Love. But what do I know? Maybe it will be. If they know, like I know, the state should at least prep Viverito, but we know they won't. Weinstein first. I hope and pray that Love doesn't do the closing. I didn't mean to highlight your comment. T. Fran, I think they will finish as they started. The trial opening statements was almost a mistrial. Indeed. So I'm sure that will happen. But if it's not, the same person, if the same person who did opening doesn't do closing, maybe it won't. Maybe it'll be cleaned up. Maybe. Little Rod's appeal hasn't, I don't know the date for his regarding in front of the Supreme Court. I don't know. If you're at my Patreon, you got those docs and then the first denial of that though. Viverito, sorry, Suzette. Viverito, who's somebody named Viv, is the lead investigator for, I believe, for the Drinks murder. Yeah, on Drinks murder. We had a poll earlier with all the info presented. What do you think the outcome will be? I will tell you, I fully expect this to be hung. I would be shocked, personally. I would be shocked if there is a full agreement, if there is a agreement amongst the jurors regarding all of the charges that remain for these two defendants. I am fully expecting it to be hung. Yeah, that's what I expect. What do y'all think? I think we did the poll earlier, but you can still type it in. Yak is charged with, he is not related. Diamante Kendricks is not alleged to have been related to this Shymel Drinks murder, which is what we've been talking about for the last few days. So that's why him and Weinstein are over there quiet, because there's not related to this. He does have the Donovan Thomas charge, and then he has some possession of firearm and narcotics charges as well. And then, of course, the RICO. But as far as individual ones, he has the Donovan Thomas murder, and then he has possession of weapon, gun, and then possession of drugs. Love will do the closing to spite the world. We are on break. They just did an afternoon break. Marsha said Love probably will, but she shouldn't. Steele did go in front of the Supreme Court. Steele represents Damone Blaylock. He does not represent Rodalius Ryan. So there are two, they're both appealed, right? And so the Steele going in front of the Supreme Court was on behalf of Damone Blaylock's conviction, which that's because he represents him. Question: has it been the same prosecutor questioning witnesses that caused all the trillions of mistrial motions? No. The last mistrial motion that was right before all the plea deals, the one that, you know, was the thing that spawned all the plea deals, that was actually Hilton. Hilton was questioning a witness, Wooney Lee. So that one was Hilton. That was not Love. Many of them were from Love, but it has not always been Love. Yes, we are still waiting for that one. I think they set a date too. Yeah. Sharon is saying she thinks it'll be hung or not guilty for the verdict. Bree says it'll be hung because they ain't let that man leave. Honestly, right? If you're a pissed off juror at this point, do you just have an attitude and go against just because you're pissed? Like what do you do just because you're pissed off? Guilty, jury suck, and I hate them. Wait, Allie, how you say jurors suck and we are the jurors? The jury is made up of you and me. So how you hate them? Danielle says, agree. I think it'll be hung. What would a hung jury mean for the defendants? A hung jury results in a mistrial, which means they can be retried. That is what happened with, let's say, Y.W. Melly, right? He had a whole trial. The jurors were not unanimous. They were hung. That results in a mistrial. And now we're waiting for the trial number 2. So what that could mean is that there will be a second trial for these defendants. Brandy says that Drink's family says they haven't shown them enough evidence to prove who did it. Yes. Yes, they can be retried. If it is a hung jury, that it means a mistrial and the state can retry them should they choose to. Correct. Hung or not guilty. Hung, not guilty or hung, not guilty or hung, hung. Could be hung on some and not others. That's true. They could reach some verdicts on some and then just, like, maybe the murders, maybe they're hung on the murders and, can decide a verdict on the drug charges or the possession charges or the RICO. The RICO, though, I think is 5 to 20 years. Not guilty or hung. Juror 56 ain't voting guilty. That could be the case. A hung jury just means the jurors are not unanimous. They cannot agree on a verdict. It means some of us say this, some of us say this, or one of us say this, and everybody else says this. It just means that it's not unanimous. Bree says, I feel like the general consensus is that a crime or crimes were committed, but they don't know the story. I could see that being the case. And so if that is how you feel, how do you vote? If that's how something happened, all these drugs, all these guns, all the phones and the beef and something happened. I don't know if it's what y'all said happened, but something happened. And so if that's how you feel, how do you vote? I think a while ago, Doug Weinstein asked this question. He asked how many jury instructions there were. I don't know if there was ever an answer. I don't know if anybody was keeping count. And I don't know, I'm saying jury instructions because that's what's in here, but I think there is other phrasing that is more accurate, I think. Blue says, how long do y'all think the jury is going to take to deliberate? Ciao. The good thing is we went from 6 to 2. I think when we had 6, it could have taken a very, very long time. Now that we're down to 2, I think it could, I don't know. I think there is a world where I think this doesn't take, longer than a week, 2 weeks. Well, but they have to get the jury instructions. It's going to be a lot. Dang, but they would have to stay in jail if it's hung, right? Correct. They can obviously file to try to get them out, bond, but if that's denied, they stay in jail. KB says, I think not guilty. Yeah, it's going to be so confusing. I can't even imagine. Drinks' aunt said the DA doesn't really know who did the deed. I agree. If Yak isn't I think you mean convicted of RICO, can he still do music with Thug? I think the language was actually like people who were indicted. I don't know that you have to be convicted, but I don't remember. So I don't want to give you answers that are lies. But I thought it was like the indictees. I think the state I'm pretty confident the state is done with their presenting of evidence regarding Donovan Thomas's murder. If you watched a video I did, kind of like trying to pull all their evidence together, the most that they had was Yak was at the Texaco, right? For like 45 minutes, basically, leading up into the murder. But then they didn't really have much after that. So I mean, I personally think that I still had a lot of questions after their complete presentation of Donovan Thomas's murder. Like there was still so many questions for me personally. TJ says, I like Abate. Hilton. Oh, wait, there's a question, huh? Danny, where's your question? Oh, that's not the question. I assume there was a question that was, which prosecutor do y'all like the most? Because now I see Hilton. Blaylock, he is charged in this indictment. His name is Damone Blaylock. He's charged in this indictment. I'll show you really quick while we wait. This is the indictment. I always have it up. But if you see here, right here, I can't do anything. Hopefully you can see my mouse, but you see this Damone Blaylock, aka Bali. That is the co-defendant. Oh wait, hold on, it's back.
Yeah.
It was the co-defendant, so he was convicted with Rodalius Ryan for the murder of Jamari Holmes. But he obviously was indicted, and you see he only had one count. He had the RICO as well, just like Rodalius Ryan. Oh, you answered this already.
What's your last name? Okay.
Sorry, I was behind y'all. I
All
didn't realize.
Everybody rise for the jury, please.
Angela D. Williams kept saying that on that interview, and it was cracking me up. Mariah the liar. Mariah the liar. so funny.
Thank you. You can swear our next witness.
You raise your hand. You swear firm testimony you give. Oh, you swear firm testimony you give within the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
That's it. State spell your first and last name. No, just twist it off.
Chris Newman, CHRAS, NEWMAN,
And how are you employed?
Sergeant with the City of Atlanta Police Department
And how long have you served as a sergeant with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
since 2019.
If you can briefly tell the jury about your career with the Atlanta Police Department.
I started out as patrol officer in Zone 3 and Zone 2, 2012. Then I transitioned to the aviation unit as an officer in 2018. Got promoted to sergeant, went to Zone 5 as a sergeant, and then I went back to the aviation unit in 2019. And then as of January this year, I've been helping out with the construction site of the new police academy.
Sergeant, if you don't mind just pulling, that mic moves, that shorter one, just pull it towards you so you can talk into it. Thank you.
Okay.
If you can tell the jurors your job duties and responsibilities as both an officer and a sergeant with the aviation unit.
So as an officer, my responsibilities were as what we call a tactical flight officer. So basically the officer that works the camera systems, the radio systems, and the spotlight systems, and communicates with officers on the ground in the helicopter.
And when you start off in the aviation unit, do you start off as a tactical officer?
Yes, kind of the pathways. You start as a tactical flight officer, and then then you can become a pilot if you transition into that.
And as a supervisor, what are your job duties and responsibilities with the aviation unit?
So my responsibilities were twofold. Main responsibilities were tactical flight officer and a pilot in command, as well as various administrative responsibilities.
Now, what types of calls will the aviation unit assist on?
Anything from helping locate missing persons, providing overwatch for parades or dignitary visits, or assisting with pursuits, police chases.
I want to direct your attention to March 17th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to assist the homicide and gang unit with a pursuit call?
Yes.
How did you get involved with assisting with that pursuit call?
That day I was performing the duties as a tactical flight officer, and we were requested to assist follow a white Audi.
And where is the aviation unit housed?
Hartsfield.
Once you received the call, what, if anything, did you do?
We had to get to the helicopter, start it up, and then get airborne and get this. My responsibility is get the systems going, camera system, radio systems, and then transit to the call.
And when you say get them going, what do you mean?
Turn them on.
Is there anything else you have to get in order to actually assist the police officers? Like what has to happen with the actual system itself?
So after we turn it on, the GPS systems has to sync on the camera, so it can get the GPS location log for the camera system and the mapping system.
And is your pursuit video and audio recorded?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review that pursuit from March 17, 2022 in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's going to be marked as 337 BV. Tell me if you recognize 337 BV.
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the video we watched earlier, and I signed it. And I signed it.
And did that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the pursuit from March 17, 2022 involving that white Audi?
Yes.
Did there appear to be any additions or deletions?
No.
Here, this time the state.
Here's the video. I'm about to order Chick-fil-A because I'm hungry.
337 BB is happening.
You may.
This is from the Chick-fil-A when they got caught. This is the video. Very black mom coded here.
From the airport to where you first encountered seeing the white Audi, about how long did it take to travel that distance?
I remember East Point's pretty close, so it was a couple minutes, if that.
And when you are serving and assisting, do you take over the responsibilities of kind of navigating the other vehicles that are in the pursuit on the direction of travel of your target vehicle?
Yes.
Now, if you just orient the jury to where we are when we first, if you can orient the jury to the green items that are contained on the screen that we're looking at first.
So if you just, let's start out the top left. You just have the date and time, and then we'll go clockwise around. So the next items are camera settings all the way at the top. And then the bottom right corner is where the camera is pointing location. Right now, the GPS system is still syncing, so it doesn't have a latitude and longitude yet. It takes a couple minutes for that to sync. And then if you continue going to the middle, you says IR cooling. That's just the infrared system has to cool down. It takes a certain amount of time. And then the bottom left is the actual aircraft location, latitude and longitude. And if you continue up along the left side, the middle of the left side is the orientation of where the camera is pointing in relation to the helicopter.
I just have enough UCs in the area. Yeah, I'm not born in Cleveland, so when he pulls out, I can pick him up. I'm at Chevron, just about 285. Calling the first market, I'm looking off on Cleveland. I just for Phoenix. Get to the markets that's coming high for a minute. Don't let them see you. That will be across the street. So if you call us, you want to drop the 2 check, and we'll be checking. If we get somebody going the other way, that's perfect. There's actually East Point police out here in the parking lot of East Point. Hey, you working at 88? Hey, you know, for the market, what's in the 5 location? It's 26, right? Hey, make it Cleveland Metro for y'all, so. Okay, copy. So the week dances above, the dances above, we got left markets. Let's get them in the pipeline versus there and get moving. Hey, Phoenix, that's a negative. Our mapping system isn't up yet. Give us another little bit. All right, y'all. I'm still behind on for reference. Like I said, white Audi A5, Maryland says 8 Edward David 7071. Black male, tattoo under his left eye with red or pink beanie on. He starts the neon dread. Can't tell his hair's on the beanie.
Carrier one on station. All right, Phoenix, we got our mapping system up. We can call it.
1840 real line, we got GSP Shannons. And then there's an entrance and exit off of Cleveland Avenue. And we're progressing towards the drive-by window right now. I can't see around the curve, but I'm thinking it looks like he's pulling out now, y'all. Y'all might want to go ahead and call it Phoenix.
All right, yeah, he's pulling out to Cleveland Avenue exit. All right, he's making a right turn westbound on Cleveland Avenue.
Okay, the units have the westbound on Cleveland.
And again, so everybody knows, it's a white four-door Audi. We are going to be in pursuit. We're currently westbound.
Okay, I have to get white Audi. Wait.
Yeah, from radio. I can have the radio. You don't need to, you can cancel the repeat. Coming up to Normanberry, continuing westbound through Normanberry, still westbound on Cleveland. And he's driving normally, only about 40 to 50.
The more units stand by until we get GSP or another more unit with you before you engage.
All right, he stopped at the red light, Cleveland and Harris, making a right turn northbound on Harris Street from Cleveland.
Hey, if I'm in Cleveland, I need to go east or west. I got GSP County.
Westbound, he's at Normanberry, Harris and Normanberry.
Have you already passed Metro?
Yeah, he's in East Point. Westbound, left turn on Normanberry from Harris Street. All right, left turn southbound on North Martin Street. If anybody can 62 over to MA3, East Point's running a joint detail. They got a bunch of units out. No, he made a left turn southbound on North Martin Street. Now he's back at Cleveland Avenue intersection, making a continuing straight southbound on North Martin from Cleveland Avenue.
Yeah, 2503 there. We'll take the radio.
All right, he's at Irene Kidd Parkway, right turn westbound on Irene Kidd Parkway, coming up to Central Avenue. Irene Kidd Parkway turns into Washington Road, so he's continuing westbound on Washington Road from Central Avenue. All right, he's at the intersection with Main Street, Washington Road and Main Street, making a right turn northbound on Main Street from Washington. All right, he's making a left turn onto Dorsey Avenue, westbound on Dorsey Ave from Main Street. All right, he's coming up to East Point Street. All right, right turn the wrong way, northbound on East Point Street. So he's against traffic, coming up to Thompson Avenue. All right, he's making a left turn westbound on Thompson Avenue from East Point Street. All right, coming up to Church Street. Southbound
on Church Street from Thompson. Made a right turn westbound on Dorsey Ave from Church Street. Passing Cheney Street, still west on Dorsey. At the dead end was Sims, left turn southbound on Sims Street from Dorsey. Coming back out to Washington Road. So Washington Road at Sims. Made a right turn westbound on Washington Road from Sims. All right, Tower, please, sir. Well, we're currently westbound, but we're going to slowly be pushing southwestbound from here. Everyone, Roger. It is a slow moving. We don't have you to define it yet. All right, passing 8th Street on Washington Road. He's doing about 50 to 60 miles an hour. All right, coming up to Ben Hills, making a right turn westbound on Ben Hill. All right, he's coming up to the intersection with DeLowe. So he's on Ben Hill facing westbound at the intersection with DeLowe. All right, he's passing cars now, westbound, passing DeLowe.
I'm really surprised you still let it be this long. This is
All right, Ben Hill Road, Ben's northbound, so he's north on Ben Hill Road. All right, Ben Hill bends back westbound, so he's continuing westbound on Ben Hill Road, 2300 block, coming up to Meadowlark Drive.
APD was a fire last floor with a GSP Tinted.
All right, he's making a left turn southbound on Meadowlark Drive.
Jump away with APD, like GSP Tinted.
All right, this is the neighborhood he turned into.
Well, you got East Point behind it. They're on MA3.
All right, receive. If they can switch over to SOS. Meadowlark bends westbound. So he's westbound on Meadowlark, coming up the Boulder Way. All right, he's pulling into a driveway. 2481
it's about to be
Meadowlark
action now.
Drive. Driver is he got two running. Driver has a maroon colored beanie on, black jacket, blue jeans. They're both running northbound behind 2481 Meadowlark Drive. Tower 1 pursuit over on station.
You got two East Point behind him.
They won't have to be looking. All right, somebody get behind 2471 Meadowlark.
Run towards Ore Drive.
All right, somebody get onto Ore Drive will be the north side of perimeter. All right, Phoenix, be advised, I lost eyes on the one I was tracking.
They advised on MA3, they got several gunpoint behind their house. They need some help. Can you give us a location right here?
2481 2481 Meadowlark Drive.
It's the White House.
The Chick-fil-A man that was hungry is the one who tipped everybody off. He said he saw the car. Remember, they were like, if you see this car, we looking.
If any units on the ground can confirm that they have both at gunpoint.
Yes.
All right, copy that. They got both of them. One of them threw a bag directly on the 3 side behind 2481 Meadowlark, black book bag.
Okay. Okay, we got everybody secured. Got a GSP unit here at Meadowlark. I'm not sure the numbers here with Firearm City Hall.
Sergeant Kleinens.
Hey, go ahead.
Are you down there on scene with GSP? Did they recover the book bag?
Oh, through to Lieutenant Wolfo. I think we got your guy.
Now, just a few questions. When the screen goes from, it changed like black and white or like a grayish color, what is happening there?
I'm just switching from what we call the daylight camera to the infrared camera.
And what will be your purpose of switching from the daylight camera to the infrared camera?
As you can see, with all the tree coverage, sometimes it's easier to continue following the vehicle when you switch to the IR camera.
Now, when you first saw the 2 individuals get out of the car, you described one of them having a beanie on his head.
Yes.
When they were walking back towards the street, did you see either of them with a beanie on their head?
I don't recall.
And while we're pulling it up, when you had to switch to MA3, what did that mean?
Just switching radio channels.
Do you see the individual in the blue jeans?
Yes.
Do you see him with a beanie on his head? With that same pink beanie that you saw earlier?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay. And do you see the individual with the white shirt on and the black jacket?
Yes.
Do you see that individual with the beanie on his head?
No.
Where's his office from? I have no further questions.
Let's see what Max got. Look, he ready. Please cue it up. Cue it up to where I can cook this
Good
man.
afternoon, Sergeant Newman. My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? There's a lot of voices on that video, so correct me if I'm wrong. I believe your voice can be heard saying that you saw someone throw something in the bushes or throw a bag in the bushes.
Correct.
Your Honor, I'll ask permission to publish what was just shown, just beginning at 14:04.
You agree, Anna?
Yes, please.
I just want to know if the gun call-in was before, during, or after the chase, because that was not clarified. I agree.
Northbound behind 2481 Meadowlark Drive.
Tower 1 pursuit over on station. You got 2 East Point 9.
I'm sorry, sir. Is this after they pulled in?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Abate. Could you just, as they're pulling? My apologies.
Coming up the Boulder Way. All right, he's pulling into a driveway. 2481 Meadowlark Drive.
Okay. At this point, and you have the vantage point, you're the eye in the sky at this point, correct?
Yes.
And even though you're in a helicopter, which would be scary to me, you're able to look down on the ground and see what's going on as you're in a helicopter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you just saw the man in the pink beanie get out the driver's side, correct?
Yes.
Get out the white Audi with tinted windows.
Correct.
All right. And then you see another gentleman get out the passenger side.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Abate, could you just play?
Driver is he got 2 running. Driver has a maroon colored.
It's okay. It's not. You were able to see who had the book bag, correct?
Yes.
Was it the driver or the passenger?
Passenger.
Okay. And it's the passenger that you saw discard the book bag into the bushes, correct?
Yes.
All right. And, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anything?
The passenger was Nichols.
All right, thank you for your time.
If Nichols didn't accept that plea, I wonder if Schardt would have said that still, because he would have still been in that courtroom. The passenger was Nichols, and he's just essentially saying that backpack was on Nichols, so whatever in that backpack, you can attribute to Nichols, is how it seems.
Allyn Glover.
I was running my mouth and missed who he said.
I do.
Allyn Glover, ALLYN GLOVER.
Good afternoon, Mr. Glover. How are you?
Doing fine, thank you.
Mr. Glover, are you employed?
I am not.
Okay. And you retired?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you previously employed?
City of East Point Police Department.
And how long were you with East Point PD?
26 years.
And were you post-certified during that time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as an East Point police officer, would East Point PD at times be requested to assist other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
All right. Now, specifically, has East Point PD been requested to assist other law enforcement agencies with apprehension of suspects?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on March 17th, 2022, did you have the occasion to assist APD with the apprehending 2 suspects?
I did.
Okay. Please tell the jury how you got involved.
We were on a separate crime suppression detail in our city, and we heard on the radio that Atlanta was trying to locate a white Audi, and the radio traffic, it was coming toward where we were actively doing our investigations. So I was able to drive to a couple blocks over, and I was able to intercept that white Audi.
Now, can you describe for the jury the chase from the point to where you intercepted that white Audi?
Yes, I pulled out onto Ben Hill Road behind the white Audi. Was calling it out on the radio, turned on my blue lights and sirens. I was in an unmarked detective car at the time, and we turned onto, I think it was Meadowlark Drive, and then we're talking 1 or 2 minutes maybe. They pulled into a driveway, and 2 males jumped out and ran behind a house.
And did you apprehend anyone?
I ran behind the house. Two males did, at my direction, lay down on the ground, and they were both apprehended.
And did that conclude your involvement with this case?
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Questions for this witness? All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
State calls GSP Trooper Campbell, Mark Campbell.
Number 8. Number 8.
Yes, sir.
State spell your first and last name.
Oh, Mark Campbell, MarkCampbell.
Good afternoon, Trooper Campbell.
Hey,
Are you employed?
I am.
And where are you employed?
The Georgia State Patrol,
And how long have you been employed with GSP?
18 years now.
Now, can you tell the jury what your role is with GSP?
Yes, I am a corporal.
Okay. And can you tell the jury some of the natures of your duties as a corporal?
Yes, I'm a supervisor over troopers who are under me.
Okay. And I'm going to just ask you to speak into the mic just a little bit for me.
Okay.
Okay. Now, as a trooper with GSP, are you assigned a vehicle?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. And is that vehicle equipped with video monitoring?
It is.
Now, if you're assisting in a car chase, when does your video system activate?
Whenever you activate the emergency blue lights.
Now, on or about March 17th, 2022, did you assist APD with a car chase?
I did.
And is it common for a GSP to sometimes assist APD with car chases?
Yes, sir. When we're requested, yes.
And can you tell the jury, how did you assist APD?
I was attempting to catch up to it and just got like to the tail end of the pursuit.
Okay. Now, was your car video system operable on March 17, 2022?
Yes, sir, it was.
Did he miss the
And
chase?
did the system record the chase that you were assisting in?
Yes, or it recorded me attempting to catch up to it. Yes.
Okay. And did the car system record the recovery of a gun?
Yes, sir, it did.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review that footage before your testimony today?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. So I've already previously showed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 228, Victor.
Okay, but his camera got the gun maybe being dropped. He missed the chase itself, it seems. Otherwise, get him off the stand.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It's the DVD that I initial and dated.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of your body cam on March 17th? I'm sorry, your dash cam on March 17th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
This time, State's moves to admit 228, Victor.
228 or 328?
228, Victor.
Okay. That's admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. And Ms. Knight, we're going to start the video at 2 minutes and 15 seconds. In just a moment, it'll pop up in the screen right behind you, Trooper Campbell.
I think it'll be on the one in front of you too.
Okay.
Thank you, man.
Where the video?
And while we're waiting for the video to come up, Trooper Campbell, can you just kind of briefly walk the jury through the chase?
Yes, sir. To the best of my recollection, I again was attempting to catch up to it, and I pretty much got to the point where I turned onto Metal Art Drive, and that's when, as I made a left turn onto Metal Art, I observed a black pistol laying in the middle of the road, or off to the side of the road, kind of in the middle. And I drove past it, and I started radioing that I observed it in the roadway. And I saw the next street, which I believe was Meadowlark Lane. And I pulled into it, did a 3-point turn, and went back and to secure the weapon and put it in a bag to give to the officer there, the initiating officer there on the scene.
Okay. And you made a left onto Meadowlark Drive from Ben Hill, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Just the video is coming up just shortly. Court's indulged for a brief moment, Your Honor.
I'm so confused what's happening. Did he cut the sound?
And if we can pause it right here. At 2:32, we're paused. Trooper Campbell, is this the intersection of Meadowlark Drive and Meadowlark Lane where you're doing that 3-point turn?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so at this point, you've already saw the gun?
Yes, sir, I've already observed it.
Okay, and you are returning back to where you observed the gun?
That's correct. Like you said, and I said, doing a 3-point turn, just going back to the weapon.
Okay, we can continue.
We have seen this. Yes. If you're feeling like this is deja vu, we did see this.
And if we can pause right here. Is this where the, you see item in the street?
I'm sorry.
Did you see an item in the street?
I did,
Okay.
yes.
And what was that item?
It's a black pistol.
Okay. And now is this closer towards the beginning of Meadowlark Drive?
It is.
Okay.
I want to rewind so bad because I want to see, did we miss the gun being dropped?
You can put play. Is it playing? And Trooper Campbell, is this you recovering the item?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. We can stop it. And what did you do with the gun after you collected it?
Placed in my vehicle and drove it back to the actual final destination of the pursuit.
Which was?
It's just past Meadowlark Drive and Meadowlark Lane. I don't
right past that. I'm sorry to cut you off. So right past that intersection where you turned around at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
When you were first traveling in that video down
Yes.
Meadowlark,
Yes, sir.
what direction were you traveling?
That I do not know.
Okay, let me rephrase it then. I can word it a different way. When you doubled back and located the gun was in the video, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. You saw it, you pulled up on it. It's that black thing that is in the roadway.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Going by the way, not after you doubled back and turned around, I'm talking about the original direction you were going. Was that gun on the right side of the road or the left side of the road? Going by the original way you were going?
It was more so towards the right.
Okay. So if a car was going in that direction, the way you were going initially,
It's going to be by the passenger.
catching up to the chase or whatever we want to call it,
Yes, sir.
that gun was on the passenger side of the road.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you see anyone throw the gun or anything like that?
No, sir, I
at the
didn't.
time?
No,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Max Schardt is taking full advantage of the fact that Nichols is not in this trial anymore.
All right, thank you for your time.
That is hilarious. Oh, wait. Gotta love Lauren says she rewound the video and saw the pew pew in the street. Okay, so she rewound it and he's not disputing it. He's just saying it wasn't Shannon's. He is saying it is Nichols. Nichols is not in this courtroom no more. So we don't have no pact to protect each other and watch out for each other. So guess what? It wasn't me. That's funny. That's funny. This is called a pivot. This is how you pivot when the co-defendants are no longer here. We're not looking out for each other. Funny. But also, thank you, gotta love Lauren, for clarifying. What happened? Oh.
Angela Camp, Angela Camp. At the time I worked this case, I was Angela North, North.
Good afternoon. How are you currently employed?
I am currently a high school math teacher.
And how long have you been serving as a high school math teacher?
This is my second year.
Prior to serving as a high school math teacher, what, if anything, did you do for work?
I was a firearms and tool marks examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
What a
And how long did you work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Almost 6 years.
If you can tell the jury about your education and training in ballistics and firearms.
Wait, I'm gonna keep going, but this woman worked in ballistics and firearms, and now she's a teacher. She said, forget y'all. Y'all are stressing me out. I don't want guns. I want second graders. That is, and she did it for 6 years? Ha!
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Georgia. Once I was hired with GBI, I underwent a 17-month training program where I learned ammunition manufacturing and development, firearms manufacturing and development, muzzle to target distance determination, serial number restoration, and the majority of my time was spent on a comparison microscope comparing bullets to bullets and cartridge cases to cartridge cases to determine if they were fired from the same firearm. In addition to that, I have completed multiple certified armorers courses, and I have also served as a supervisor for new scientists. And I have toured various manufacturing facilities where they're actually making the guns and making ammunition for the guns as well.
When you were working at the GBI, approximately how many cases dealing with firearms did you analyze?
Hundreds.
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in the state of Georgia?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Ms. Angela Camp as an expert in the area of firearms and ballistics analysis.
All right, she is so qualified and may testify as an expert as well.
When you were serving as a firearms examiner with the GBI, what were some of your job duties and responsibilities?
So it varied depending on what the case entailed. Typically, I would look at bullets from autopsies or cartridge cases found on the scene, and I can explain a little more in detail what cartridge cases are. And I would analyze them to determine what type of firearm they were fired from, and if there were multiple, I could look and see were they all fired from the same firearm, were they not, and so on. If I had a suspect firearm, I could create test fires of that firearm and compare them to the evidence to see was this the gun that fired these evidence or not. In addition to that, we also did tool mark services. I mentioned earlier muzzle to target distance determination. That's just seeing how far away the muzzle of the gun was from the target at the time that it was shot. And then we also did serial number restoration. Additionally, once we identified that a firearm was involved in an incident, then I would do a check function test on that firearm, making sure all the safeties worked, making sure the firearm was healthy, testing for trigger pulls, and so on, like the value of the trigger pull.
I want to direct your attention to case number, DOFS case number 2022-1007212 and 2022-1008-698. Have you had opportunity to review those cases?
I have reviewed them. I don't have copies with me now.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to hand you what I'm going to mark as 500 BBA and 500 BBB. First, do you recognize those two items?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize those two items?
They're copies of my report. They have my signature on them, as well as the case numbers that the GBI placed on these cases.
And does this appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of your reports for those two case numbers DOFS case number 2022-1007212 and 2022-108698?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit Exhibit 500 VVA and 500 VVB into evidence.
Admitted.
First, starting with both of those DOFS case numbers, is it the same report with two different numbers?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And sitting here today, do you know why there'll be two reports with two different numbers, the same report with two different numbers?
Sometimes when evidence gets submitted, they're not related initially. And so GBI will give the evidence its own case number. And then once it's related later, the evidence will be intercompared and each one will just have its own case number, but they will be compared to each other.
Okay. And we will operate then off of 500 BVA, which is 2022-1007212. First, what agency submitted evidence to be tested?
The Atlanta Police Department and the Fulton County Medical Examiner.
And what is the agency reference number for this case?
For the Atlanta Police Department, it is 220-731-882.
And who was the victim in the case?
Shimel Drinks.
And what did you receive to be tested?
I received a .40 caliber bullet and I received another .40 caliber bullet.
Okay. Permission to approach?
You guys, did the gun that was found in the street match? Is that what we're getting at here?
Tell me if you recognize this.
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is my seal and initial from the GBI. And also it has my item number and case number associated with both of these.
And do they appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you tested it back in 2022?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to admit Exhibit 388 VV, 389 VV, and 390 VV into evidence.
I'm sorry. Can I see 388?
389.
Did you say 388?
That was my mistake.
Oh, okay. Just two. Okay, I'm good. Thank
So
you.
what is it? 388.
389 VV and 390.
All right, so no 388.
No.
All right, those are admitted.
And what type of testing were you able to do with those two items?
I was able to compare them to each other to determine if they were fired from the same firearm, and I was able to determine a type weapon list of what may have fired it.
And first, were they fired from the same firearm?
Yes, they were.
And what type of firearm was it consistent from being fired from?
Glock .40 caliber pistols.
And after doing your report, did that conclude your involvement as it relates to this DOFS case number 2022-1007212?
Yes.
All right. Did you also do additional testing in this case for DOFS case number 2023-1001777?
Yes, I did.
And did it also have the same case number? It's also a report with the same case number of the 2022-1007212, a similar report as the 2023 case number?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you need to look at a copy of
That would be helpful.
This feels like they're trying to confuse the jury because it's not making sense. Why would you? This should be very clear. If there is a match here, it should be there. She should be making this very clear. It's not clear right now. Max, get up and make it clear. I'm over here writing down DOFS numbers.
503 VV and 504 VV. Tell me if you recognize those two reports.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize those two reports?
These are also copies of my reports.
And do those appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of your reports that you generated for the items that you tested in this case?
They do.
All right, Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit Exhibit 503 and 504 VV into evidence.
Admitted.
And again, looking at 503 and 504 VV, do they appear to contain the similar information in both reports?
Yes.
All right. We're going to look at the DOFS case number ending in 1007212. Who was the agency that submitted the items for testing?
The Fulton County District Attorney.
And who was the victim in that case?
Shymel Drinks.
And what were you given?
I received an FN 57 pistol, some cartridges, which is unfired ammunition, and 11 cartridge cases, which are fired ammunition.
All right. Permission to approach?
You may.
First, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 221 BV.
Okay,
Tell
so
me if you recognize
we're on
221 BV.
what was recovered from drinks. That's what we're on now. What's in this jacket, girl? I love it, honey.
I do. It has my seal and initial on it, as well as the GBI case number and item number.
And what is contained in 221 BV?
This is the 57 pistol.
And I'm also going to now show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 424 BV. Tell me if you recognize 424 BV.
I do. It has my seal and initial again as well.
And looking inside of 424 BV, tell me if you recognize any of the items inside of 424 BV.
Yes, these have my initials and item number as well as seals on them.
And what are those items?
These are the 11 57 cartridge cases. Okay.
And are those the items that you tested that were given to you by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, they are.
And Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 221 BV into evidence.
Admitted.
No objection.
Thank you. It's admitted without objection.
What were you able to test in this case?
I was able to compare these cartridge cases together to see if they were fired from the same firearm. And then I also compared them to this firearm to see if this was the firearm that fired it.
So first, were the items that you tested, the shell cases, fired from the same firearm?
Yes, these were all fired from the same firearm.
And then were those items fired from that firearm?
Yes, they were.
And you may have said, and forgive me, what type of shell casings were the shell casings that you tested?
So they were the caliber 5.7 by 28 millimeter.
After determining that that FN firearm fired those shell casings and creating a report, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes, I did a check function test on the firearm as well, and then that concluded it.
And what's a check function test?
It was operational. It's where I test the trigger pulls, I test every safety, I take it apart and look at it and put it back together.
And what was the conclusion after doing the check function test?
It was healthy and operational.
Court's indulgence for a moment. No further questions.
Good afternoon, Ms. Camp.
Good afternoon.
Max Schardt is my name. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? All right, thank you. Just want to back up before we get into specifics. Seems like you did two different types of tests in this case. You had one situation where you had a firearm and you were comparing the firearm with shell casings, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now in your line of work, what that test, that matchup, what's that called?
Firearms identification.
Firearms identification. Okay, and then it seems like also in a separate report, you had two, not shell casings now, not a firearm, but you had two bullets, correct?
Correct.
And you were trying to determine if those bullets were fired by the same gun, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what is that test called?
That's also firearms identification.
Okay, I didn't get very far with parsing those out if they have the same name. Okay. Let's talk about your work on February 3rd, which was involved the shell casings and the gun, okay?
Mhm.
All right. Now,
Dates.
you
back.
received
Helpful.
11 shell casings, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and those shell casings, what caliber of shell casings were those?
Those were 5.7 by 28 millimeter cartridge cases.
Okay, and that was in case number.
Would you like me to read it?
Do you have what I'm trying to figure out is do you have a cross-reference number so we could compare this to actual incidents to know where those shell casings came from?
No, I do not. As far as on the scene where they were collected,
Yes.
I do not.
You received them from APD? Or from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, Fulton County DA.
Okay. And they gave those to you on January 17, 2023?
Correct.
All right. And it was 11 of them?
Yes.
Okay. And then you're also given a firearm, a 5.7 by 28 firearm, correct?
Yes.
FN.
Correct.
Right. And you're given those by the district attorney on December 15, 2022.
Okay, December 15th.
Okay. And then additionally, you're given 19 unspent rounds.
Yes.
Okay. So your work on this case, you got 11 spent rounds
Okay.
that were collected. Your Honor, I think we have a stipulation.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're going to stipulate that the shell casings referenced in her report come from the March 16th, 2022 shooting at 2830 Waters.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Y'all
Ms.
write
Hill.
that up for me at some point, okay?
Okay. So based on that stipulation, you have 11 shell casings collected from 2830 Waters Road incident on March 16th, okay? You're saying, okay, I wasn't part of that stipulation, okay.
I don't know where they came from, where they
Fair
were
enough.
collected. Okay.
But they also provide you with the unfired cartridges, and you use those unfired cartridges that came with the gun to test fire the gun, correct?
Okay.
Yes, I used 3 cartridges from the 19 that were unfired to test fire the firearm.
19 or 11?
And then because you test fired using that FN 5.7 handgun, you now have the markings from that firearm, and you can compare them to the shell casings collected from 2830 Waters Road
From March 16th?
on March 16th of 2022.
What I can testify to
Tell me.
Okay.
is that I did create those test fires, so I had the data from the gun, and I compared them to the 11 cartridge cases submitted to me, but I wasn't there when they were collected. So just to clarify that part.
Understood. And you determined that the FN firearm, the 5.7 that you were given, was the firearm, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, was the firearm that fired those shell casings that were collected and provided to you by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, it was the fire that.
Okay, perfect. Now, the other work that you did on this case, and this is, I'm going to your other report.
Okay.
Okay, you were provided a, I'm referring to 389 VV and 390 VV. Do you have them up there with you?
I believe so. The 40 caliber report.
Yes, no, the exhibits. May I approach?
You may. Sorry.
Oh, it's fine.
390 and 389.
This is 389.
That's what it seems like.
390 VV.
Yes.
Okay. In this report,
You're at hates the internet. I think I'm.
bullets, and you were trying to determine if they were fired by the same gun, right?
Correct.
Okay. Even though this was provided by the ME's office, correct? Fulton County ME's office?
Yes.
Okay. And the ME is the people that perform autopsies.
Right. The medical examiners.
Okay. Do you have any notes or knowledge of are there 1 or 2 projectiles in this package?
There's only one. The other one contained fibrous material.
Okay, so you got a projectile and fibrous material in here. And do you know where these came from, other than the ME's office?
I know they're from which victim it's from.
What's that?
Chamel drinks.
Chamel drinks, okay. And then here is another projectile with victim Chamel drinks. Correct?
Yes. On the same report. That was the victim listed on the report.
Okay. And so what you were tasked with, you were given something from the ME's office, a projectile from the ME's, collected by the ME's office and given to you, and then a projectile provided by the Atlanta Police Department.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And you were tasked with determining if those 2 projectiles were fired with the same gun.
Correct.
Okay. And now those 2 projectiles, and when I say projectiles, we're talking about no longer in its casing. They've been fired. They're not in the shell cases anymore, and they may or may not have hit someone. Is that fair to say?
Right. It's the part that has traveled down the barrel of the firearm.
Okay. Those 2 projectiles that you were comparing to each other, isn't it true that they were both 40 caliber bullets?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were asked to compare them, and you determined that those 2 fully 40 caliber bullets were shot by the same handgun.
Yes.
And that handgun was consistent. Your report says consistent with being shot by a Glock 40 handgun.
Correct.
Okay, and how do you make the determination about specifically, just from those little pieces of metal, that they were fired by a Glock 40.
So there's different manufacturers will rifle the insides of barrels differently. And what I mean by rifling is that manufacturers will put a series of lands and grooves on the inside of the barrel to make the bullet spin. And the reason to do that is to make it more accurate and to make it travel further. Well, different manufacturers will do different things. Sometimes they'll have 6 lands and grooves going to the left. Sometimes they'll have 8 lands and grooves going to the right. Sometimes you can tell that the tool was different that they used to rifle them. So all of this data is measurable, and we can enter it into a database maintained by the Association of Firearms and Tool Marks Examiners. That database has also been maintained by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well. So once we enter the data into the database, it will return to us the list of firearms rifled in that way. These in particular were consistent with Glock in the way that Glock rifles their firearms, the type of tool that they use, the way that the lands and grooves are, the number of them, and the direction that they're twisting as well.
Your Honor, I think we have another stipulation
All
in
right.
fact to try to ease this along.
Shannon?
I think both sides stipulate that the 240 caliber bullets were, one was collected by the ME during the autopsy of Shamal Drinks, and one was collected from the Red Versa by APD. That Red Versa driven by Shamal Drinks.
Thank you.
Okay, so those 240s based on 240 caliber bullets based on your work on this case, fired by a Glock 40.
Yes.
Okay, now going back to 221 VV, the handgun in front.
Okay.
I'm going to rewind just for a second because I need to rehear what he just said. That's exactly, Dominique. That's why I said I need to rewind, because I think that's what he's saying. Let me rewind.
Work on this case, fired by a Glock 40.
Yes.
Okay, now going back to 221 VV, the handgun in front.
Okay.
That was, okay, the FN 5.7 by 28. Can that gun shoot 40 caliber bullets?
No.
Did I go back too far?
How about a 45 FN 45 caliber handgun? Could that shoot 40 caliber bullets?
Did I go back too far?
The diameter is larger. However, the head spacing would likely not work correctly.
And it would also leave different lanes and grooves.
Yes.
than a Glock 40
It would
caliber
leave
handgun.
different lands and grooves than a Glock 40 caliber handgun.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I didn't. Okay, hold on. I got to rewind some more. Sorry, guys.
Okay. The FN 5. Okay. Now, going back
I need
to
their stipulation.
221 VV, the handgun in front.
Okay.
That was
I need when they stipulated.
the FN 5.7 by 28.
Federal Bureau of Investigation as well. That database has also been maintained. The data into the database, it will return to us the list of firearms rifled in that way. These in particular were consistent with Glock in the way that Glock rifles their firearms, the type of tool that they use, the way that the lands and grooves are, the number of them, and the direction that they're twisting as well.
Is this the second? We need the second stipulation. I think this might be. Is this the first one? No, he says we.
Your Honor, I think we have another stipulation.
All
in
right.
that. We can try to ease this along.
Shannon?
I think
Listen,
both sides stipulate that the 240 caliber bullets
Okay.
were, one was collected by the ME during the autopsy of Shamal Drinks.
Medical
The other
examiner.
was collected from the red Versa
Oh my gosh.
by APD. That red Versa driven by Shamal Drinks.
Thank you.
Okay, so those 240s based on 240 caliber bullets based on your work on this case, fired by a Glock 40.
Yes.
Okay, now going back to 221 VV, the handgun in front.
Okay.
That was okay. The FN 5.7 by 28. Can that gun shoot 40 caliber bullets?
No.
How about a 45 FN 45 caliber handgun? Could that shoot 40 caliber bullets?
The diameter is larger. However, the head spacing would likely not work correctly.
And it would also leave different lanes and grooves.
Yes.
than a Glock 40
It would
caliber
leave
handgun.
different lands and grooves than a Glock 40 caliber handgun.
Thank you so much.
Any, Ms. Weinstein?
Did we?
Redirect? All right, thank you for your time. You may step down. Do you have another witness that's going to allow? Okay, go ahead. Great. I mean, as long as, let's get the next one. We won't
State
be
calls-
here at 8 p.m.
You guys-
Go ahead.
Mr. R. Walters.
Did we hear what we thought we heard? This is why I have to do recaps, you guys, because I do all of this the first time and then I have to rewind because, or was someone else in the car? He said the stipulation is that there's 240 cal, right? There's two sets of bullets that she compared. The first set came from the medical examiner, meaning it came from the autopsy of Shymel Drinks. These are bullets pulled from him that caused him to die. These bullets are compared to bullets that were inside the red Versa, which is also the vehicle. Wait. No, if it's inside the car and inside of him and they match, that doesn't. Does that mean anything? You guys, I have to do a recap. I wasn't even going to do a recap
To
on
the
this,
stand.
but now I have to recap this because I have to like break this down. I need to. The shots were from inside the car because they don't match. You guys, this is stressing me out. If I wasn't live, I would go back so many times right now. Joy is saying you missed the questions about the guns. What do you mean? Sierra is saying the car and drinks were shot by the same. The car and drinks are shot by the same gun. Yes, one came from the police department. Yes.
Russell Walters, RUSSELL
Not
WALTERS.
Oh, this.
How are you doing, sir?
Found yourself.
Doing well, sir. Thank you. Can you tell the jury where you used to, or let me ask you this, are you retired now?
Yes, I am.
Where did you used to work?
Y'all want to go back or y'all want me to keep going? I do agree with this. It seems like they were trying to confuse the jury when they're talking about the gun that's found in the middle of the street that actually has nothing to do with this. But hold on, let me take a quick poll. because I'm not with Patreon. I'm wide net right now, and I can do this later. But if y'all want to go back, we can go back. Should we go back? Or y'all want to keep going and just finish the day? Because it's about to be done. This is probably the last witness because it's already what, 5? It's Acken Cross. We can go back. I'm posting a poll. Who put the car? Okay. Y'all got y'all notepads? If you don't, law and crime is law. You need to make sure you do the recap so the lawyers can pick up what you're putting down. What type of gun was dropped? I have to cook. I'm here for the long haul. Okay. So, we're hovering 80-20. So if you don't want to go back and you're annoyed that I'm about to, I understand if you leave. But for everybody who wants to go back, we're going to go back. And we listen to Max's last 2 questions about the gun. We're going to go back so we can try to listen. This is why I have to get my Exhibit F notebooks so that we can take our notes and pay attention. All right, lock it in. We finna go back, y'all. Let's figure out what's happening here. Okay. I don't want to go back to her telling us she's a 2nd grade teacher. I'm going to start with Max's first cross. Well, he's the only one. We're going to go to Max's cross because I don't got time to be trying to get confused with Hilton. She was trying to confuse us. Okay, hold on. Is this right?
Function test.
It was operational. It's where I test the trigger pulls. I test every safety. I take it apart and look at it and put it back together.
And what was the conclusion after doing the check function test?
It was healthy and operational.
Court's indulgence for a moment.
The witness is gone already? They done with him already? That's hilarious. Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Camp.
Good afternoon.
Max Schardt is my name. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? All right, thank you. Just want to back up before we get into specifics. Seems like you did 2 different types of tests in this case.
We know that.
You had one situation where you had a firearm and you were comparing the firearm with shell casings, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now in your line of work, what that test, that matchup, what's that called?
Firearms identification.
Firearms identification. Okay, and then it seems like also in a separate report, you had 2, not shell casings now, not a firearm, but you had 2 bullets, correct?
Correct.
And you were trying to determine if those bullets were fired by the same gun.
Okay.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay, what is that test called?
That's also firearms identification.
Okay, I didn't get very far with parsing those out if they had the same name. Okay.
Got it.
Let's talk about your work on February 3rd, which was involved the shell casings and the gun, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now,
Hold on.
you
Sorry.
receive
I'm going to rewind one more time just because I
same name.
Correct.
Now, report, you had 2, not shell casings now, not a firearm, but you had 2.
Okay, so the first thing.
And different types of tests in this case.
Okay.
You had one situation where you had a firearm.
Firearm.
And you were comparing the firearm with shell casings, correct?
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, now in your line of work, what that test, that matchup, what's that called?
Firearms identification.
Firearms identification. Okay, and then it seems like also in a separate report, you had 2, not shell casings now, not a firearm, but you had 2 bullets, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And you were trying to determine if those bullets were fired by the same gun, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what is that test called?
That's also firearms identification.
Okay, I didn't get very far with parsing those out if they had the same name. Okay,
Okay.
let's talk about your work on February 3rd,
Which is the shell casing.
which was involved the shell casings.
Okay. Okay.
And the gun, okay?
Mhm.
All right. Now, you receive 11 shell casings, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and those shell casings, what caliber of shell casings were those?
Those were 5.7 by 28 millimeter cartridge cases.
5.7.
Okay.
And
And that was in case number.
Would you like me to read it?
Do you have
okay. So March
what I'm
16th.
trying to figure out is do you have a cross
Hold on.
reference number so we could compare this to actual incidents to know where those shell casings came from?
No, I do not. As far as on the scene where they were collected, I do not.
You received them from APD? Or from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, Fulton County DA.
Okay. And they gave those to you on January 17, 2023?
Correct.
All right. And it was 11 of them?
Yes.
Okay. And then you're also given a firearm, a 5.7 by 28 firearm, correct?
Yes.
FN.
Correct.
All right. And you're given those by the district attorney on December 15, 2022?
Correct.
Okay. And then additionally, you're given 19 unspent rounds.
Yes.
Okay. So your work on this case, you got 11 spent rounds that were collected. Your Honor, I think we have a stipulation.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're going to stipulate that the shell casings referenced in her report come from the March 16th, 2022 shooting at 2830 Waters.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Y'all
Ms.
write
Hill.
that up for me at some point, okay?
Okay. So based on that stipulation, you have 11 shell casings collected from 2830 Waters Road incident on March 16th. Okay. You're saying, okay, wasn't part of that stipulation. Okay.
I don't know where they came from, where they
Fair
were
enough.
collected. Okay.
But they also provide you with the unfired cartridges, and you use those unfired cartridges that came with the gun to test fire the gun, correct?
Yes, I used 3 cartridges from the 19 that were unfired to test fire the firearm.
And then because you test fired using that FN 5.7 handgun, you now have the markings from that firearm, and you can compare them to the shell casings collected from 2830 Waters Road on March 16th of 2022.
What I can testify to
Okay.
is that I did create those test fires, so I had the data from the gun, and I compared them to the 11 cartridge cases submitted to me, but I wasn't there when they were collected, so just to clarify that part.
Understood. And you determined that the FN firearm, the 5.7 that you were given, was the firearm, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, was the firearm that fired those shell casings that were collected and provided to you by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, it was the firearm that.
Okay, perfect.
I was talking, but I was muted. I'm pausing because Kiara, we're on the same vibe, girl. Okay, so what he originally says is that oh shoot, there's 2 things that happen. Hold on. Special K is saying Shannon's X is on. You guys, let me stress out. What do we do? What do we do? We need to watch the X. Okay. We gotta watch. I know. Damn. Okay, I'm gonna come back later. We gotta go to the X. Okay, I'm gonna come back later. All right.
Brief moment, Your Honor.
Have you on? Okay. Or do you?
I'm gonna rewind just a little bit because we got to get the full on. Here we go. Thank you, Special K. My audio is hidden, right? It's on mute, right? Okay. Where my audio? Am I crazy?
All right now. Talk.
See what I missed?
Okay. All right now. Talk that talk. All right.
He missed it.
How long have you known? You said you was one of the prettiest girls he ever had. All right.
Oh.
So does that mean y'all used to date?
Yes.
Okay. When did you all date?
Since 2021.
And are you all still dating now? Just yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you own guns?
Yes.
How many guns have you owned? Or do you own currently?
Probably like 7, 6, I think.
Specifically, I want to ask you, have you ever owned an FN57 pistol?
Yes.
Do you remember when did you purchase that gun?
December.
December of what year?
I don't remember the year.
Okay. Have you had the opportunity to look at the receipt from that purchase?
Earlier.
Okay. We're looking at a copy of that receipt, help refresh your memory as to what year and when you purchased that weapon?
Yes.
All right.
Y'all, what number is she?
Yeah.
I lost count.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 425VV. Tell me, do you recognize 425VV?
Yes.
Okay. And let me ask, does that look like the receipt from when you purchased an FN57?
Yes.
And I see that you're flipping through it. Does that look like the application you filled out when you went to go purchase your weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Your Honor, this is how the state would like to admit 425VV into evidence. All right, that's submitted. Looking at 425VV, what is the date of purchase?
December 23rd, 2021.
And do you see on that receipt a serial number or an SN number?
No, I don't know. Oh yeah, I see it.
What is the serial number listed on the receipt?
386-409-184.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 221VV. It's going to be kind of tiny. I want you to tell me, do you see a serial number on 221VV on the bottom?
Yes.
What is that serial number?
386-409-184.
Is that the same serial number that's
Yes.
on the receipt?
Yes, ma'am.
What color is that gun?
I think it's all black.
And does this look like the gun that you purchased?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you, back in March of 2022, did you allow Shannon to use that gun?
No,
Did you ever give that gun to Shannon?
no,
Were you aware that he had possession of that gun?
no,
Do you know someone by the name of Demikion Garlington?
yes, ma'am.
How do you know Demikion Garlington?
He dated my friend.
Do you know if he is a friend of Mr. Jackson
Yes, ma'am.
or Mr. Stillwell? Have you ever spoken to Demikion Garlington on his cellular phone?
Yes,
Have you ever spoken with Mr. Demikion Garlington in March of 2022 about you giving Mr. Stillwell that handgun?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the answer.
She said, I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know if you've ever spoken
I
with
don't,
him?
I spoke to him, but I don't know if I spoke to him about a gun.
Specifically on March 17th, 2022, do you recall speaking to Mr. Garlington about that gun being in Mr. Shannon Stillwell's possession?
I don't remember.
Do you remember ever speaking to Mr. Garlington about the fact that Mr. Stillwell had been arrested on March 17th, 2022?
After
Yes
he
or
got
no?
it? Oh, I don't know. No,
Or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
And in that call, do you remember telling Demikion Garlington that the gun he had would be a clean gun because you gave him that gun?
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
I want to take you to March 14th, 2022.
Okay, that's the day.
Did you ever go to an Alamo rental car facility at the airport with Shannon to rent a vehicle?
Yes,
And who was the renter of the vehicle?
it was me, but we had to switch it because I don't have a credit card. So, Shannon.
So did Shannon rent the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 188 VV and 189 VV. First, looking at 188 VV, is that you inside of that vehicle?
It looked like me.
And what type of car did y'all rent in March of 2022?
I don't know.
Do you remember renting a white Audi vehicle?
I didn't rent it.
Do you remember being with Mr. Stillwell Jackson when he rented the white Audi vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at this picture, 188 VV, does the car appear to have any tint on the vehicle?
We know he tinted it, girl.
Probably. I don't know. I don't know. It looked like it on the back.
Are you able to see inside of the car through the glass?
Ma'am.
I'm sorry, didn't hear.
Yes, ma'am.
Pull that mic over to you and try to talk directly into it if you don't mind for us.
And is that Mr. Stillwell Jackson sitting next to you in the passenger seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in March of 2022, Where were you living?
I'm still.
And specifically around March 14, 2022, were you and Mr. Jackson staying in any hotels in the Douglasville area of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when you began staying in hotels in the Douglasville area?
I don't remember the day.
Yeah, wait.
How long were you staying in hotels?
We was staying in a hotel since March 9th.
March 9th.
Till
Why
when?
were you staying in a hotel since March 9th of 2022?
Because these girls tried to rob me.
Did you know who these girls were?
No, ma'am.
What is happening?
Do you know if these girls were affiliated with any gangs?
I don't know.
I'm so confused. Why they in hotels? Rental
You
car?
said you started staying there on March 9th, 2022. Do you remember if you stayed at the hotels a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Do you remember at all?
It was like 3 hotels. It was. Oh, you want me to keep going?
You stayed at 3 different hotels.
Yes, ma'am.
Over the course of how long? 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Do you remember?
It was probably like until he got locked up.
On March 17th. Yes, okay.
Are we okay with the jurors knowing he got locked up? Are we gonna let that slide, or
For Demekion Garlington, did you have a nickname that you called him?
Scarface.
Any other nickname?
I didn't call him that, but I know his other nickname.
Sorry.
Lil D.
And then did you call him Jackson or Stillwell?
Both.
Okay. Does he have a nickname?
Bae.
Oh, that's okay. That's your nickname. All right. That's fair. That's fair. Did you ever hear people call him SB?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I don't know how to lower my volume.
And in March of 2022, did you have a vehicle that you owned?
Yes, ma'am.
And what type of vehicle is that?
Scat Pack Charger.
And did Mr. Jackson have a vehicle that he owned in March of 2022?
We shared the car.
It was that you shared that Charger.
Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Miss Alexander. Good afternoon. Hey, we've met before, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let me start out with. I'm not trying to embarrass you. Okay.
Okay.
In your relationship with Shannon from 2021 to when he was arrested, were there issues, thank you, with infidelity?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. My mom messed up. Yes, sir.
Okay.
2 times.
You said 2 times?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And at some point throughout your relationship, had you gone through his phone?
Yes.
Okay. When you went through his phone, you were looking for other women that he was messing with, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did he openly let you look at his phone? Or was he protective of his phone?
He wasn't there when I looked in it.
Okay.
So he gave me the password.
Let me ask you this. When he was arrested on March 17, 2022, did you have interest in looking at his phone to see what he had going on?
No, I didn't have his phone.
No, I didn't say, did you have his phone? I know you didn't have his phone.
Oh, did I
What-
want to?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So March 17, 2022, you want, one of the things you want to do is look at his phone
Yes.
and what he has going on inside his phone.
Yes, sir.
All right. Cool. Now, you said something interesting on direct about being robbed. When were you robbed?
What day?
Yes.
Like the 9th, 10th?
March 9th or 10th of 2022?
I think it was March 9th.
March 9th of 2022? Okay. And Miss Alexander, at that time, you were working in a cash industry, correct? And by that, I mean you would get paid in cash and you would tend to have cash on you, correct?
I dance.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So at that time, you were a dancer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And as a dancer, you get paid cash, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that robbery happened at night, correct?
Yes, sir.
Shannon wasn't with you when you got robbed?
No.
Okay. And this is all, this robbery.
I didn't get robbed. They tried to rob me.
They tried to rob you. I'm sorry. They did try to rob you. And this attempted robbery, this is all on video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And people hid out and waited for you to walk down a hallway, and then they charged you with weapons, correct?
They charged me? They charged at me?
Yeah, they charged at you.
Yes.
Okay. And because you were being robbed, you
shot him.
Shot at them.
Shot her.
Oh, you shot her. Okay. All right. Now, ultimately, the people that were trying to rob you on that video were charged, correct?
Yes, sir.
By the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were never charged because you were acting in self-defense.
Yeah, I didn't get charged.
Okay. But on March 9th of 2022, after someone tried to rob you and take your money from you, you became concerned for your safety, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You became concerned that people were looking out for you, correct?
Yeah, clearly.
You were concerned that people were going to try to, for some reason, get revenge on you, even though all you were doing was defending yourself.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And beginning on March 9th, 2022, you started having concerns about people being able to know what kind of car you were driving, correct?
Yes.
And knowing where you lived, correct?
Yes.
And that was all stemming from the March 9th, 2022 incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So after the March 9th, 2022 incident, you certainly let Shannon know about what happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you decided, even though you had a Scat Pack Charger, that's a fancy car, right?
Yeah.
Even though you, and that Scat Pack Charger had tinted windows, did it not?
The worst tint you could get.
The darkest tint you could get.
Yeah.
Okay, but even though you had that Scat Pack Charger with the tinted windows, you decided that you needed to get a rental, correct?
Yeah.
And you went and got a rental shortly after March 9th, 2022, correct?
Yeah, like, I don't know if it was the next day. I can't remember.
Okay, and do you remember where you got your rental from?
On Thornton Road, but I think it was Enterprise.
Okay. I beg the court's indulgence just for a moment. And what kind of car did you get, if you recall?
It was like a SUV or something. I don't remember that. I don't know.
And that was to switch it up in case someone from the March 9th incident was coming
Following.
to harm you.
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's also why you got a hotel room, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, around this time, well, actually a couple of days later, Shannon also got a rental, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he walked right into the store with you, and you guys dealt with the cashier, and he gave over his ID and his payment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you about your scat pack. Even to this day, you had that car until recently, correct?
I still got it.
Okay, you still have it. Even to this day, you've continued to get that car wrapped, correct?
Every 3 months.
Every 3 months, you get the car wrapped. What is wrapping a car?
The car color orange, but I keep switching it up.
Okay.
Keep getting a different color.
And why do you keep getting a different color?
Cause I don't know who them girls was.
Right. So even to this day, you keep switching the colors of your car that you own.
Yeah.
Just to keep yourself safe.
Yes, sir.
And you got those windows tinted to keep yourself safe.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let me ask you about tint. You've gotten tint on cars before.
Every car I get.
Okay.
You guys.
When you go and get tint.
He's about to do it. DJ.
And when they install the tint, do they tell you not to roll down your window for 24 to 48 hours?
Yes.
Okay. And if you roll down your window within that time, it can cause the tint to be damaged or bubble up, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you were to get tint on, say, March 14th of 2022, that tint, those windows are not to be rolled down in order to protect the tint, correct?
Yes.
And if they are rolled down, you could see bubbling in the tint, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One last thing, Ms. Alexander, and I appreciate you being here. I'm going to take you back to March 14th of 2022. Do you remember early in the morning of March 15th, reaching out to Shannon to tell him about news that you had learned about a shooting in Mechanicsville?
Yes.
Okay. And did you reach out to tell Mr. Stillwell about that shooting, or did Mr. Stillwell reach out to tell you about that shooting?
I told him.
Okay. And tell me how you found out about that shooting so quickly.
On this girl page, she was riding past.
Say it one more time.
On this girl page, she was riding past.
Okay. So
it was on Instagram.
I understand your answer as a girl that you know was riding past Windsor Street and saw the police out there?
Yeah, it was police out there.
Okay. And then this person reached out or put on Instagram.
Yeah, correct? And then it was, yeah.
Okay. All right. By the early morning hours of March 15th, it was not a secret that a shooting had occurred on Windsor Street, was it?
No, it was all over Instagram.
Okay. And you were concerned about Shannon's safety, correct?
Yeah.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
You talked about your car, the cars that you get, you tint all of your cars, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those your personal vehicles?
Yeah.
Not your rental vehicles?
No.
You talked about renting a vehicle probably right after March 9th at the Enterprise. Is that fair? What kind of car did you rent at the Enterprise?
I don't remember.
What was it?
It was
An
like
SUV?
yeah.
Did you ever get tints on that SUV?
No.
And you kind of frowned up your face. Why'd you do that?
Ain't my car.
So it's safe to say you wouldn't get tints on a car that's not yours.
Not my car.
Now, when you went with Shannon to get the Audi, did you ever go with him to get tints on the Audi?
No.
And you frowned up your face again. Why'd you do that?
I just didn't go with him.
Now, when the Audi was rented, was that for you to drive, for Shannon to drive? What was the purpose of renting the Audi?
It was really for both of us because I was returning my car.
And when you say you returning your car, is that SUV?
Yeah, I was supposed to get the rental car.
Did Shannon ever tell you that he was going to get tints put on the Audi?
I don't remember.
After driving the Audi out of the rental facility, where did you go?
To my car.
Which car is that?
My Charger.
Where was the Charger at?
At the airport.
So did you drive the Charger to the airport? And then you all picked up the Audi from the airport?
What? Yeah. I was following him.
If you were in your Charger, before you get to the airport, if you're in the Charger, what car was Mr. Jackson driving?
The rental car.
The SUV.
We was going to return it, but we didn't know if we could get a car, so we didn't want to be stranded there. We couldn't get it.
Okay. So you take the SUV and return the SUV to the Enterprise at the airport, and then you go to the Alamo to go rent the Audi.
At the airport.
At the airport. All right. Once you drive out of the airport rental facility in the Audi and you get back into your Charger, do you ever drive that Audi again?
Probably around Douglasville or something. I don't know. I don't remember.
The robbery that happened on March 9th, where did that occur?
Mechanicsville.
In Mechanicsville? Were you staying in Mechanicsville at the time?
No.
Where were you when the robbery took place? Where were you?
In the stairway.
Of where? An apartment, a house?
Apartment.
Whose apartment?
My friend.
Do you know any individuals who are members or associates of YFN, the Young Fly N-Words gang?
Yeah,
Okay. Who?
I stayed over there.
You stayed over at Summerhill?
Yeah,
When did you stay in Summerhill?
since 2018.
Do you know a person, I might pronounce the name wrong, Teedrick Glass?
I heard of him.
Have you ever met him?
Hmm?
Have you ever met him?
We had something going on.
Did that mean y'all kind of dated or something like that at one point? All right. Now, Mr. Schardt asked you about notifying Mr. Stillwell about the shooting in Mechanicsville on March 14th or the early morning hours on March 15th. Do you remember him asking you about that?
Yeah.
Okay. When you spoke with Mr. Stillwell, did he ever tell you that he was in the Mechanicsville area around 10 o'clock p.m. that night?
I don't remember that.
Did he ever tell you that that night he was at the BP gas station at around 10 o'clock p.m., the BP gas station in Mechanicsville?
No.
When you spoke to Mr. Stillwell that morning in the early morning hours, do you know where he was?
Studio?
Do you know where the studio is?
No.
Do you know if he was with anyone?
No.
Let me ask you, do you know if he was with Demekion Garnison at all the day on March 14th, 2022?
No.
Court's indulgence for a moment. Did you know Christian McMiller and Darius Ford?
No.
Or McMahon or Big?
No.
Court's indulgence. Mr. Schardt asked you about when you get tinted windows, you can't roll down the windows. Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Does that prevent you from opening up the door?
Oh, no.
So you can still open up the door even though you have tints on the window?
Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions.
If the door was open, we would have saw the door open in the video.
Questions, Ms. Alexander. You indicated, I think, that Mr. Stillwell was in the studio in the early morning hours of March 15th, 2022, correct?
That's like 2, 3 in the morning?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And in your experience dating Mr. Stillwell was trying to start a rap career. Isn't that fair?
He was making a song about me.
He was making songs about you?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure they were lovely. So how many days a week or nights a week would you say
Every day.
he was in the studio?
Every day.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Thank you for your time, Ms. Alexander. You are excused.
I love her. I see why you
Did
like
y'all say you have one more witness? And if so, is it somebody really short or?
Shannon. I see, but that's your girl.
How do we feel, jury? We want to use the bathroom. Do we then want to break for the day or come back and knock out another witness? Break for the day. All right. I'm with you there. Okay. All right. We'll see y'all at 9 in the morning. Thank you.
He was making songs about me. I'm trying not to be loud because apparently I'm too loud. I don't know why. It's on my computer. I don't have a separate mic. Oh man, that was amazing. That was amazing. Yeah, I saw the video from her shooting. It was going viral like last week. Oh, I'm not loud now? That is funny. She was funny.
Okay, as to the two stipulations, Ms. Weaver's going to do y'all a favor and give you a rough of what y'all said, and that way y'all can have it when you're putting together the written stipulation. Okay, I know we didn't get around to dealing with the potential limiting instruction and sorting out what all came in the way of guilty pleas. So why don't we all plan to be here at 8:30 in the morning, and we'll try to get through all of that. Is there anything else anybody needs to put on the record before we break for the night? All right, thanks. See y'all at 8:30.
Well, that was a time. That was a time. Yvonne, we just finished. It sounds like your gate is too high. I don't know what gate is. Maybe you mean mic. I don't have a mic though. I'm talking directly to my screen. So I don't know why it's loud at all. Can you go back to when she first got on the stand? For anybody who wants to tap out, obviously feel free to tap out. We'll holla at y'all, but I may stay on just for a little while longer because I want to understand a few things. But I will go back now to when she first got on the stand. That's when we didn't get to hear the Hilton is the one who let us know. Hold on. My baby, they're telling me she has to be picked up from school. Hold on. And where did we finish at? I need to get our number back because there were 22 witnesses for the whole week this week. And if we got through that many today, they could really be ending soon. Let me make this bigger again. Oh, let's see. Okay. Here she go. But remember, it was muted in the beginning, so we couldn't hear. They said they'll rest this week or next. Yeah, see, we couldn't hear. As we sit here in silence. I'm so mad.
Okay. All right now. Talk that talk. All right. Okay. All right now. Talk that talk. All right. How long have you known? You said you was one of the prettiest girls he ever had. All right. So does that mean y'all used to date?
Yes.
Okay. When did you all date?
Since 2021.
And are you all still dating now? Just yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you own guns?
Yes.
How many guns have you owned? Or do you own currently?
Probably like 7, 6.
Okay.
Specifically, I want to ask you, have you ever owned an
Yeah. Hold on. Yes, child. What do you need?
Can you check my mic?
I'll do it. Not right now. What is it? Yeah, she had a bunch of guns. Okay, so I forgot. Somebody wanted me to rewind for that. Yeah, that "Are y'all still dating?" I don't know is hilarious to me. Okay, so wait, y'all want to go back or are y'all over it now? Yeah, she did. She said 6 or 7 guns.
FN 57, or do you own currently?
Probably like 7, 6, I think.
Specifically,
Yeah, she okay, go back. Okay, so we're gonna go back to homegirl with the teacher, right? The ballistics turned teacher. And we had just gotten to the point, which was making sense to me. Okay, we need Max. Okay, but also her testimony helped. Here's the question I have. So the March 16th, here's what we need to know. The shooting, Shymel Drinks was killed on March 14th, okay? 2 days later, March 16th, there's a shooting at Waters Road, okay? I believe what's being said is that there is I think it's YFN shooting at YSL, okay, on March 16th, 2 days after Shymel Drinks is killed, okay? The shell casings that they're about to be talking about with the FN 57 and the shell casings and the gun, and did they match? That is from that shooting, right? I think what they're trying to say is that Shannon had ex-girlfriend or current girlfriend, because we don't know, had his gun. And so the bullets were fired from that gun at that Waters incident, right? That's one incident. That is separate from the bullets that were found in the red Versa and on the autopsy of Shymel Drinks. We're talking about 2 separate incidents. I'm not sure why they were trying to act like they were connected, but it's seeming like those are 2 separate incidents, and what was used on the Waters Road incident is not related to what's in this red Versa. 2 separate incidents. But then what we are trying to figure out is from the March 14th Shymel Drinks incident, the bullets from the autopsy matching bullets in the car, and what is the point of that? What are we getting at with that? Hopefully that makes sense. If I was doing a proper recap, I would be able to put videos in between that and it would flow better, but okay.
Also, in a separate report,
Separate.
you had 2, not shell casings now, not a firearm, but you had 2 bullets, correct?
Correct.
And you were trying to determine if those bullets were fired by the same gun, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what is that test called?
That's also firearms identification.
Okay, I didn't get very far with parsing those out if they had the same name. Okay.
I found a good spot. This is where we left off. That was good, man.
Let's talk about your work on February 3rd, which involved the shell casings and the gun, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, you receive 11 shell casings, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And those shell casings, what caliber of shell casings were those?
Those were 5.7 by 28 millimeter cartridge cases.
Okay. And that was in case number.
Would you like me to read it?
Do you have what I'm trying to figure out is, do you have a cross-reference number so we could compare this to actual incidents to know where those shell casings came from?
No, I do not. As far as on the scene where they were collected? I do not.
Shannon had the FN, but the FN is not the gun. I don't believe they're saying that that's the gun that is from Shymel Drinks. Are you saying that they're saying that's the same gun?
You received them from APD or from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, Fulton County DA.
Okay. And they gave those to you on January 17, 2023.
Correct.
All right. And it was 11 of them.
Yes.
Okay. And then you're also given a firearm, a 5.7 by 28 firearm, correct?
Yes.
FN.
Correct.
All right. And you're given those by the district attorney on December 15, 2022.
Correct.
Okay. And then additionally, you're given 19 unspent rounds.
Yes.
Okay. So your work on this case, you got 11 spent rounds that were collected.
I think we're saying the same thing, but if y'all think I'm saying something different and you want to come tell me what is being said, I just put the link in there. Pop up, but I'm gonna keep rolling.
Your Honor, I think we have a stipulation.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're going to stipulate that the shell casings referenced in her report come from the March 16, 2022 shooting at 2830 Waters.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Y'all
Ms.
write
Hill.
that up for me at some point, okay?
Okay. So based on that stipulation, you have 11 shell casings collected from 2830 Waters Road incident on March 16th. Okay. You're saying, okay, wasn't part of that stipulation. Okay.
I don't know where they came from, where they
Fair
were
enough.
collected. Okay.
But they also provide you with the unfired cartridges, and you use those unfired cartridges that came with the gun to test fire the gun, correct?
Yes, I used 3 cartridges from the 19 that were unfired to test fire the firearm.
And then because you test fired using that FN 5.7 handgun, you now have the markings from that firearm, and you can compare them to the shell casings collected from 2830 Waters Road on March 16th of 2022.
What I can testify to
Okay.
is that I did create those test fires, so I had the data from the gun, and I compared them to the 11 cartridge cases submitted to me, but I wasn't there when they were collected. So just to clarify that part.
Understood. And you determined that the FN firearm, the 5.7 that you were given, was the firearm, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, was the firearm that fired those shell casings that were collected and provided to you by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, it was the fire in that.
Okay, perfect. Now, the other work that you did on this case, and this is, I'm going to your other report.
Okay.
Okay, you were provided a I'm referring to 389 VV and 390 VV. Do you have them up there with you?
I believe so. The 40 caliber report.
Yes. No, the exhibits. May I approach?
You may.
Sorry.
Oh, it's fine.
390 and 389.
This is 389 and 390 VV.
Yes.
Okay. In this report, when you had 2 bullets and you were trying to determine if they were fired by the same gun, right?
Correct.
Okay. Even though this was provided by the ME's office, correct? Fulton County ME's office?
Yes.
Okay. And the ME is the people that perform autopsies.
Right, the medical examiners.
Okay. Do you have any notes or knowledge of are there 1 or 2 projectiles in this package?
There's only one. The other one contained fibrous material.
Okay, so you got a projectile and fibrous material in here. And do you know where these came from, other than the ME's office?
I know they're from which victim it's from.
What's that?
Chamel drinks.
Chamel drinks, okay. And then here is another projectile with victim Chamel drinks. Correct?
Yes, on the same report. That was the victim listed on the report.
Okay. And so what you were tasked with, you were given something from the ME's office, a projectile from the ME's, collected by the ME's office and given to you, and then a projectile provided by the Atlanta Police Department.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And you were tasked with determining if those two projectiles were fired with the same gun.
Correct.
Okay. And now those two projectiles, and when I say projectiles, we're talking about no longer in its casing. They've been fired. They're not in the shell cases anymore, and they may or may not have hit someone. Is that fair to say?
Right. It's the part that has traveled down the barrel of the firearm.
Okay. Those two projectiles that you were comparing to each other, isn't it true that they were both 40 caliber bullets?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were asked to compare them, and you determined that those two fully 40 caliber bullets were shot by the same handgun.
Yes.
And that handgun was consistent. Your report says consistent with being shot by a Glock 40 handgun.
Correct.
Okay, and how do you make the determination about specifically, just from those little pieces of metal, that they were fired by a Glock 40?
So there's different manufacturers will rifle the insides of barrels differently. And what I mean by rifling is that manufacturers will put a series of lands and grooves on the inside of the barrel to make the bullet spin. And the reason to do that is to make it more accurate and to make it travel further. Well, different manufacturers will do different things. Sometimes they'll have 6 lands and grooves going to the left. Sometimes they'll have 8 lands and grooves going to the right. Sometimes you can tell that the tool was different that they used to rifle them. So all of this data is measurable, and we can enter it into a database maintained by the Association of Firearms and Tool Marks Examiners. That database has also been maintained by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well. So once we enter the data into the database, it will return to us the list of firearms rifled in that way. These in particular were consistent with Glock in the way that Glock rifles their firearms, the type of tool that they use, the way that the lands and grooves are, the number of them, and the direction that they're twisting as well.
Your Honor, I think we have another stipulation,
All
in
right.
fact, to try to ease this along.
Shaded?
I think both sides stipulate that the 240 caliber bullets were, one was collected by the ME during the autopsy of Chamel Drinks, and one was collected from the red Versa by APD. That red Versa driven by Chamel Drinks.
Thank you.
Okay.
So those 240s based on 240 caliber bullets based on your work on this case, fired by a Glock 40.
Yes.
Okay. Now, going back to 221 VV, the handgun in front.
Okay.
That was okay. The FN 5.7 by 28. Can that gun shoot 40 caliber bullets?
No.
How about a 45 FN .45 caliber handgun, could that shoot 40 caliber bullets?
The diameter is larger, however, the head spacing would likely not work correctly.
And it would also leave different lanes and grooves.
Yes.
than a Glock 40
It would
caliber
leave
handgun.
different lands and grooves than a Glock 40 caliber handgun.
Thank you so much.
Anything, Mr. Weinstein?
You guys, this was
Redirect.
actually stupid.
All right, thank you for your time. You may step down. Do you have another witness that?
You guys, that was actually dumb. That was actually a waste of energy. Okay. Hold on. So there's two incidents that she really testified about. The first, or two, let's call them incidents. Okay. There is the FN 57 that obviously came from the ex-girlfriend that Shannon is then found with a couple days later. Okay. He is found with this FN 57 gun. Okay. And the gun is found to have shot the bullet, the casings from what happened at Waters Road 2 days after Shymel Drinks was killed. Okay. So Shymel Drinks is killed. I believe the Waters Road incident, YSL, that's a YSL place. And I believe the state is alleging YFN is shooting at them. And so I think what they're essentially getting at is Shannon is at Waters Road. He has the gun. He's essentially shooting back. So she first confirms, yes, we were able to confirm that the FN 57 that we found a couple days after this, okay, that Shannon Stillwell had, is the gun that was used to fire the bullets from the Waters Road incident. Like, okay, that's incident number one. People were shooting at him. It seems like he was shooting back. Okay, separate. She also is testifying about the bullets that were retrieved from Shymel Drinks' autopsy, and then the bullets that were found inside of the car. And all she is able to confirm is that, yes, the bullets that he was killed with and in the car came from the same gun. They were fired from the same gun, which actually isn't all that surprising, because if I'm shooting at a gun trying to kill you, shooting at a car trying to kill you, you're inside the car. It's not surprising that if I shoot a bunch of times, there's going to be bullets. There's stuff in the car, and there's like those match. That's not a surprise. What he then puts together is that the FN 57 that Shannon is found to have, she says it cannot shoot 40 caliber bullets. So they actually have no correlation to each other. They're not related at all. This actually isn't that surprising. This wasn't really new information. Does that make sense? I just saw your message about, can you make it bigger? I don't know if I did. I probably did it too late. But they don't, what the problem is, they don't have the gun. What they're saying is the bullets, the bullet in the red Versa and the bullet that killed Shymel Drinks were shot from the same gun. That's confirmed. They don't have that gun, though. They don't have that gun. They're just saying it came from the same, but that makes sense. Yes, the bullets that he was killed with and the bullets in the car. Okay, so maybe they're trying to say he didn't shoot back. There were no bullets in the car or casings in the car. This actually doesn't seem all that like big news. I know I'm about to be done. But they don't have the gun. They don't have the gun that was used to kill Shymel Drinks. That is what's clear. And then the gun that they found Shannon Stillwell to have, they are able to link it to this Waters Road incident, but I don't think that that's all that surprising. Yeah, it's feeling like maybe it feels like they were trying to be confusing. Brandy says she has a Glock, y'all. So, okay. Anyway, not Byron, still confused. Why are you confused? I'm not even about to do a recap on this now. My recap is about to be the girlfriend because she was funny. Brandy is saying the 40 caliber is the third car. What they have shown is the gun that Shannon Stillwell was found with 2 days after Shymel Drinks was killed. Shannon is found with the gun. That gun is not what was used to kill Shymel Drinks. That's really what they've proven. The gun that Shannon was found with is not the gun that was used to kill Shymel Drinks. That's essentially the takeaway. That's what I got. Yeah, I think that's what we're doing. I'm finna do a recap of The Girlfriend. All right. The connection to the Waters Road shooting incident links to gang activity does not. Yes, exactly. I think that's all that. It really is to show like, oh, retaliation. Drinks is killed 2 days after Drinks is killed. There's a shooting on YSL because it's retaliation. That's essentially what I think they were trying to get at. T. Fran. Okay. All right, y'all. But if Shannon shot back, he's guilty of being a felon in possession. That's a part of his charges. He may have I forgot what his possession charges are. It may be, though. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. See if you can get it with audio from the start. COs, when I saw it, they first stuff she said when she was muted. Oh, if I can get the audio from when she said I'm the cutest, or like the beginning part. I'll try. I don't know if it exists, but I mean, if you're saying it exists somewhere, I'll look for sure. I think the state could rest. If we got through 12, 13, 12. I think we had 12. So that means we have 10 more and 10 more for the week. You guys, we got through 12 today. 10 more for the week. Viverito's probably going to be the longest witness that they have. I think it's possible. I think that they could finish this week. And then I have to clear my schedule, child. If that's what's happening, we have to clear the schedule because I need to be here. I need to be in the seat watching, ordering my Chick-fil-A. All right, I'm really leaving because my baby's about to come. Apparently, the daycare said that she's sick and, whatever. Viverito, that's who we're waiting on. That's who we waiting on. That's going to be the testimony that we're waiting on. All right, y'all have a good, what is today? Tuesday. Thanks for joining. I'm going to try to be back tomorrow. I don't think I have anything in the daytime. I'll be back tomorrow. Let's do this again. I don't wake up early. I'm on the West Coast, so don't expect me to be here at 8:45 because that's 5:45 and I'm asleep. But maybe after lunch. Maybe we can make it a date after lunch. We'll see. All right. Thanks for being here. Like, subscribe, do all the things. Have a good Tuesday. Good night.